something I'm calling, what did I call it? Science falsely so called. And 1 Timothy 6 verse 20 says, in a minute, sorry, I thought I had it open. Wow. O Timothy, keep that which is committed to thy trust, avoiding profane and vain babblings and oppositions of science, falsely so called. See what's on your screen there? That's a debate, excuse me, that's a debate that I did with Red's Rhetoric maybe about a year ago. Something like that. Let's listen in a little bit.
However, in order for that to work, you need to align that axis with the axis of the Earth. And guess what?
Guess what, Reds? It's the axis of the sky, not the Earth. You never saw an axis on the Earth. Nobody ever did. So what is science falsely so called? I'm going to show you some examples of it. I think it'll take about 7 minutes or so. Recently I just actually went over to a video that MC Toon was doing. He was supposed to be having a debate and someone did not show up or whatever. And so I ended up just talking to him for a while. And he brought up science. And I had to kind of like stop him there and say, whoa, 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 you're not doing science. You're not interested in science. It's false science that he's interested in. And let's just listen to a little bit of this debate and you'll get what I'm saying, and then we'll talk about it. What you're saying that, like, if you had the camera spinning, pointed at stationary lights on or whatever, or if you had spinning lights and a stationary camera, wouldn't you get the same thing?
If and only if the camera is directly underneath the center of rotation.
Oh, but you're saying that that would mean that the sky would have to be a solid piece that's moving, and the space between the stars doesn't change physically. That's the only way that you'd need to be underneath that, right? Because if you're pointing it like at an angle towards the ceiling, you're going to get different distances.
So going with the idea of flat Earth, the AE map, where the North Pole is the center, you'd have to be at the North Pole. Right? If you're at the North Pole...
If the stars were attached to a piece of cardboard, yes.
Or a dome, right? And the dome is rotating versus...
But if you're right.
Versus a globe.
You get ovals.
You get ovals. You got it. Yeah. So if to the side, you get ovals if you're not in the center.
But that's not what happens on the Earth.
You're right. We don't get ovals.
No, but we shouldn't get ovals because we get circles. Okay, you guys, I'm pausing it. This is an example of how all of these guys, they straw man every flat Earth topic, big time. And so what he's doing is he's telling me how the firmament or the dome, he's telling me how the dome is, and I don't think it's at all like that, at all. And so he doesn't maybe realize he's straw manning, but he's pointing to the AE map and he's thinking that the dome is like a glass bowl with crystals or stars glued to the bottom of it. That's what he's thinking it is, and I don't think it's that at all. That's the whole point. Is that on a flat Earth? See, that's going to this AE map or whatever. No, you just. Okay, let me try to clarify. He's saying that if you want to see star trails, which anybody can go anywhere in the world and point a camera up at the sky, and you can time-lapse and get star trails anywhere on the Earth, and they are circles around a center axis point. That's That's, first of all, that's one proof, scientific proof. It's an observation that the sky is moving. And you can go out tonight and you can prove that to yourself by looking up at the sky. It's moving. Okay? This is why I'm saying false science is not going to do anybody. It's not your... Okay, if you show up to the ball game and the first rule, you break it. Like, the first thing you do is you break the only rule that they have. And then you expect to get in the game and play. And what do I mean by breaking the rule? Throwing your only observation out the window. You live on an earth with a still ground beneath your feet. Everyone does. Look down. The ground never moves. You all observe a stationary earth beneath your feet. Even if you think you're rotating on a globe, you should be able to say that in the world you live in, it's completely stationary. But there's this intellectual idea that, and they constantly say this, what if you were in a moving train? And like, I'm just going to let this play, and I'll try to shut up about it. But basically, he's putting an idea into the flat earth that I don't think at all, that's there at all, first of all. And then, well, here we go. I'll just play it and zip my lip for a minute, and I'll talk after. You said that you just brought up the AE map, and that's the problem. There is no map that is going to, because in reality, we see circles. So why are we talking about ovals? Because that's just like a fairy tale. We're not talking about ovals. We're talking about circles.
But it's testing. It's science. You have a hypothesis.
Science. If you're going to bring up science,
then
then we're going to talk about stationary Earth.
Then you
can't bring up science in this. Something's going on. I think my video got edited bad. Let's see here. Whoa, what's going on? I hope I don't have problems again. Let's try this. Yeah, that program's really going slow right now. Let me see what we got here. Everything, yeah, hold on a minute. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know what happened to that video. Now my, uh-oh. I think my program's gonna, something's going on. But anyway, if you can still hear me, the Earth that you live on is not observed. Let's see here. Ooh, do we got, we might have something going here. Just give me a second. Let's see what we got. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know why this always happens. Everything works great till I go live, and then... Actually, this doesn't always happen. Doesn't happen very often, so... I'm guessing... Oh, there we go. If your screen turns red, that's a good thing. If it doesn't, I don't know what to tell you. Mine hasn't turned red yet. It's supposed to, but it hasn't. Let's see here. Okay, it should be... Yeah, I don't know. I got an issue. Let me do something. It says no source. Let me just close this, if I can. Okay, so I don't know what you're seeing, and I apologize if you see like my desktop or something boring like that, but I'm trying to restart my program. And actually, I think I got to do it through my task manager. Let me just try something. Oh man, I'm sorry. Hold on a minute. I have to shut it down through my task manager. Whoa. So I really apologize if something is going on that you guys... I really don't. I think you have a black screen with my logo on it at the bottom, or my name at the bottom. But, oh, it already closed down. Good. So I don't know why it's on the screen still. I'm sorry, guys. So I'm just going to talk. What happens is, oh, there we go. What you're saying that, like, if you had, wow, it just all of a sudden started playing. I hope it works this time, guys. So I'll try to find out where we were. And I still think we might have an editing problem. Yeah, I do. It's probably like a corrupted file or something. I think it just screwed up my... did. Man, this is not fun. Shutting it down again, sorry. Science doesn't throw out the only observation that you make. And the observation that everybody in the world makes. Science doesn't need to do that. You're not going to learn anything if you approach the situation and throw out the... I mean, you go to... You're starving, you're hungry. So you go to a place that's serving food. And you're like, oh, I'm so glad I made it here. You're going to go get some food. You get in line and you wait in line. As soon as the food's on your plate, you take and throw it on the ground. And then you expect to be filled, your stomach to be full. Do you get it? That doesn't make any sense. And if someone can ignore the solid ground that we live on. Okay, I'm going to try this again. All right. Sorry. If you can ignore the solid ground we live on for an idea, that's up to you. But when the idea goes against what the reality that you live in, something's wrong with the idea. Okay, sorry, we're getting a video starting here. And I can't do anything about it yet.
You know, we've been studying as deep as we can into some of the astronomical events that have taken place in the world. And when we start talking about this destroyer, obviously millions of things. Something major comes to mind, but a lot of different clues on...
There we go. Sorry, that's... Oh no, it's going to give me the watermark. Okay, that's what we get. So, just so we can make an advertisement for this crappy company, a lot of times this happens where I purchased a license from Sparkosoft. And so when this happens, I have to go into my email and I have to go find the SN number and I have to re-enter it to get that off. Even though, so that's just like a flaw that they have in their software. So thanks. We get to look at that for until I can get the email, which I really like to do while I'm live streaming, you know, that helps. So anyway, let me just, oh wow. I actually have to do something here. We're going to get rid of that. We are going to get rid of that Sparkosoft thing. If we can. There we go. I just got to copy and paste this number and type something in. Sorry, guys. Copy. And where do I go for that now? Let's see. Wow. Oops. Sorry, guys. Just have to do this real quick. Otherwise, it really gets in the way. It should disappear any second here. Oh, restart it. Okay, I gotta... Oh, maybe it's gone now. There we go. That ain't so bad. Let's just see. I don't think I should even try to... I'm gonna try to play the video a different way. Just with my... Oops, that's not what I'm trying to do. Just with my video player, and then I'll do a desktop. Let's see here. Let me get something playing. Sorry, guys. I don't know if I think maybe the file that I wrote is corrupted or something, so I had That happens every once in a while, and I don't know why. So where would this be? This would be in downloads. Oh yeah, okay. So, where is it? There it is. Okay. I'm going to hit play here. We're going to have to find it in this video. So, give me a moment. That's MC Tune's intro. But, okay. Oh no. What? Media player. Okay, there we go. What's it doing? I'm having trouble today, guys. I gotta tell you. Okay. I gotta shrink this down. I'm having so much trouble. My computer's not being very nice to me today. Got it. Okay, now I gotta go over here. And hopefully this works. Yes, you guys can see my desktop. Okay, let's watch this. We're gonna have to skip around. I have no idea where this is, but I sort of do.
That very meticulous.
Very meticulous. And yeah, right.
The
with what
but you can meet me. Just a second. Geist
right.
Sent something deliberately.
I would say it's pretty the schmo
Poe
downstairs.
Lubo in China.
That would mean that the sky would have to be a solid piece that's moving, and the space between the stars doesn't change physically. That's the only way that you'd need to be underneath that, right? Because if you're pointing it like at an angle towards the ceiling, you're going to get different distances.
So going with the idea of flat.
Do you guys catch that? If you had a light and you were standing in the middle of the room and you shine the light straight up, you'd see circles going around if you started spinning the light, right? What happens when you tip the light at an angle and suddenly the stars can get, or those lights can get farther away, but there's still a circle? Do you know what I'm saying? If they're moving in a circle, it's quite simple. I don't even know if this is worth doing anymore. Like, I wish that video, because I think that video, oh no, what happened now? I'm just trying to find something here. I think that video like makes my program lock up or something. But I think I'm gonna try it one more time, and I have to. Oh, maybe this will be good. It took itself out of the program, so I'm gonna try adding it one more time and just try it. What I want to stress is that it's not science if you along with everybody else that lives in the world does make an observation of a solid ground, stationary ground. And if your mind goes right now to, well, it could seem stationary and be moving, you're thinking, you're making up imaginary things. What I'm trying to say is that no, you're observing it be still. That's the only observation you make. So if Toon and all these guys think they're doing science, they're sorely mistaken. Because when I say, look at the ground, it's still. Even MC Toon in here, he says, I observe the sky rotating, and that is observing the earth rotating. And I'm like, nope, you don't. You just said you observe the sky rotating, not the earth. So why do you believe the opposite? You know? I'll try to find it here. I'm not going to try to make you guys sit through this whole thing. Because it was a long it was like an hour. Call it dark matter.
No!
Oh yeah, do you guys see him laughing at this?
Lack of light. That's it.
Okay, we'll look at this. If you guys saw my video that I put on earlier, MC Toon teaches me about dark matter. You guys got it. I didn't put it in that video because I didn't want to, but you guys got to watch him laughing at me, saying you don't know what it is, and he has no idea what it is. Nobody has any idea what it is, and I don't even believe in it. It's darkness. outer darkness, where there'll be weeping and gnashing of teeth. It's not a good place to go. Or to want to go.
Quickly, laterally past
Yep.
you,
Yeah.
you would not see a different group of people rotating about a different center point, right?
That's not what we see.
Correct. So if the Earth is flat,
See, he keeps interjecting false things into what flat Earth is. How is he going to expect to even understand what any of us see, you know?
stationary with a dome over it, and the dome is rotating, then the prediction
The
would
dome-
be that, hold on, let me get through
Okay,
the prediction
yep.
based
Sorry.
on our real world observation.
Yep.
Then we would predict that the stars closest to the southern horizon, the farther south you go, would be moving laterally faster and faster.
Well, that's not what how the sky is. Sorry.
Exactly
No, but see, your
falsifying
input.
the hypothesis.
No, you can't falsify it by just interjecting false information into my belief system. Like, do you get what I'm saying? No, you're saying
I
you're
get that it's a
talking
belief system.
He gets that it's a belief system. Tune. You believe the ground is rotating. You believe that the earth you live on is in motion when it clearly is not in motion. And you want to consider it to be science? Pay attention. This is what I'm saying. With the dark matter thing, it's coming up right here. With the dark matter thing, which I don't even believe in, I've just learned about it because I've learned a lot about a lot of things in the last 6 or 7 years. A lot of the things that NASA says, and a lot of things. I wouldn't be saying what I say here in a minute if I hadn't understood something in a certain way. And he kind of ridicules and laughs. And I'm like, so then I made a video today. Like, he clearly doesn't understand what they're learning or paying attention to any of it. So, and it's like, I don't even believe in it and I'm paying attention to it. Well, first of all, you said that there's a dome that spins. I don't think there's a dome that spins. I think that there's stars in some, like, in a realm above us, that the stars are moving in like some kind of like medium. We might call it dark matter. Okay. Right. I think that's what NASA would call it. Dark matter.
No.
Right. Okay. Then what would they call it? What's darkness according to NASA? They would call it dark matter.
No. Darkness is
vacuum.
lack of light. That's it. A lack
No,
of
I know,
light. That's
but
darkness.
they're saying that there's a space. There's an area, and
where there's
there
no
is
light,
something in that
or
area.
very little light.
When we look at long distances through, you know this, Tune, when we're looking long distances through into the night sky, what is the phenomenon that happens that distorts what we're seeing, or the theory of what it is? What do we call it? It starts with a D.
That distorts what we see?
Yeah. It appears like when you look at something in water, it like makes it wavy. It's called dark matter. That's what they call it.
No.
Okay.
Joe.
Then
You don't know what dark matter. Oh, Joe.
okay, I gotta point out that Tune is bluffing. And this isn't about me being smarter than Tune or something. This is just simply to point out that right now he has no idea about what dark matter, what they call dark matter, what it is, or the effects from it. That the only way that we can see dark matter, it's invisible, but we can tell it's there. That's what they say. So what Tune's doing here is he's laughing at me while he is bluffing. And so, Tune, if you're watching, or if you end up watching this, just realize that to take that to heart, because you know right now that you are laughing going, oh, I hope I'm right, because you weren't right, and that's fine. But what I'm saying is take that to heart and understand that the reason why this debate is happening is not on the level you have been treating it to be on. And you know, too, that I've given my testimony, that I've learned something, and it hasn't come from men, and it hasn't come from anywhere but God. This is something I didn't do to myself. And so I bear witness to something that I didn't for the first 37 years of my life. For 6 years or whatever, 7 years now. Yeah, 7 years. And I see something happening, and I don't want you, and I'm speaking to you, Michael Toon, I don't want you to fall for it any longer. I know that you can see some of these things, and I know that they seem petty, but take this moment right here where you are bluffing about dark matter and laughing at me just to be completely wrong about it. Toon,
Okay, hold on.
if you look through a telescope.
Hold on.
Okay. Let me hear. I'll hear you out. But
I'm digging. I have the paper.
Okay.
The original.
Oh,
paper,
this gets old.
right here in
All right.
this stack of papers. Hold on, I'm gonna get it. Like
Okay,
as
let's
if
fast
what about
forward.
all these science is that you don't just get to roll in. Science is that I'll
Theory,
read
but it's like theory stuff.
It's a hypothesis.
Okay.
It's more of a hypothesis. There's, I suppose some people would call it a theory at this point. I'm not certain. I don't. Anyway,
Hypothesis. That's probably good.
rotational properties of 21 SC galaxies with a large range of luminosities and radii. We can't see. There's some matter that we cannot see.
Something happening to make it move fast like that.
Adding to the gravity.
Mm-hmm.
That's what dark matter is. It is matter that we cannot see. It does not affect.
Yeah, that's what I
anything
just
we
said.
see.
It does affect the things we see.
No, it specifically does not affect the things we see. That
This is what's funny. He's just making this up right now. Totally making it up off of I guess he's assuming, well, they call it dark matter, so that means you can't see it. That's what he's saying. But I can show you, well, I don't know if I can show you right now because I don't know if my video is even going to work. But I made a video about this, I don't know, over a year ago, and I put it up on my channel a couple times. I'm going to try to find it really quick. It's a JPL, NASA JPL lecture that this husband and wife did a lecture about what they're learning about dark matter. It's probably about a year ago. And it was called something like We're Surrounded by Darkness or something like that. Let me see where I would find that. I'm guessing it might be... I'm looking, guys. Just give me a couple moments here. I will find it. There it is. Dark waters. See, the Bible says that there's waters above. So, waters above. Let me try something. Let's see if this will play. If it screws up my program, oh boy, that'll be fun. Let's just see what happens.
So I'm going to tell you about how we measure dark matter.
Okay, so he's talking about dark matter, and this is, what's NASA JPL? I don't have I actually sent the link to this full lecture to MC Toon. But listen to what, I'll just tell you because I don't want to make you watch it. It's 4 minutes long. Okay, see how, if you just look at his, the light bends all over the place, okay, when we're looking far into that darkness. So what does this couple of whatever they're called do? They put a penny in the bottom of their pool and put some water in the pool and filmed it and said, this is the closest that we can come to representing what's happening. I'll play this.
Galaxy. So the dark matter between us, which we can't see, has distorted our image of this distant galaxy.
So it's distorted our image. It's right on the screen. Look at what it says. Has distorted our image of this distant galaxy. And now listen to Toon laughing at me.
People said, okay, there's more gravity. The gravity alone, something that we can't see. There's some matter that we cannot see.
Something happening to make it move fast like that.
Adding to the gravity.
Mm-hmm.
That's what dark matter is. It is matter that we cannot see. It does not affect.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
See.
It does affect the things we see.
No, it specifically does not affect the things we see.
It specifically does not affect the things we see.
And in doing so, it's telling us something about the dark matter. So I'm going to tell you...
Here's some actual images of it.
One more analogy. I'm going to use another analogy for how we measure dark matter. This is a penny in a pool. That's the analogy here. And full disclosure, Alina and I don't actually have a pool. So you're looking at a penny in our bathtub, but penny in the pool sounds better. So in this analogy, the penny is like the distant galaxy. And the water in our bathtub or the water in a pool is like the dark matter. You don't see the water here, but you know it's there because you see the effect on the image of the penny. So what's happening is the light is coming to us from the penny, and it's taking some distorted path that changes our perceived shape of the penny so that we know the water is there.
Hey, okay, so why don't they just call it waters? Because that's what the Bible actually calls it, waters. And maybe it seems like a vacuum. Well, here's what that's all about. That's going sideways into a pit that's bottomless. That's perpetual free fall sideways. You can go there too. But when we're looking at the stars in the sky, we're not looking into a sideways hell. We're not looking into hell. The planet, we can look up and we can look at the planets. But in order to go to that solar system, you have to go sideways, and you have to find this very specific, I call it a keyhole now, because there is a key to the bottomless pit, and NASA and these space agencies have found it. That's a whole different topic. But yeah, let's listen to Toon. So I don't know what Toon is talking about at all. It specifically doesn't. What did he say?
There's more gravity that we
at
can't,
the end of
we
like the
can't
farther
account
out from a
the
from
farther
a
out in the
star,
galaxies,
right?
So the hypothesis then was there's something that we can't see. There's some matter that we cannot see.
Something happening to make it move fast like that.
Adding to the gravity.
Mm-hmm.
That's what dark matter is.
Disclaimer, I don't believe there's any kind of matter that's not... Like, I don't believe there's any kind of matter out there. I don't believe it's a place until man imagines it to be a place. And then bad things happen from that point because they're trying to ascend into heaven where God is. Just like the Tower of Babel. It's the same thing. I'm so glad this video is playing, though, because maybe... I want you guys to check out this video. This is just going to be an intermission or whatever. Just a little like break in what we're talking about if it plays. But I want you to just think about what we've done as human beings in the last 120 years. And to realize that that's a very short amount of time if we're talking about like 2,000 years. 120 years, and we've reached a point where just like the days of Noah.
And he said to me, because of their iniquity their judgment has been completed, and they will no longer be counted before me. Because of their sorceries they have searched out and learnt, the earth and those who dwell upon it will be destroyed. And they came upon the wind from the east and from the west to the south. And the sound of the noise of their chariots was heard. And when this occurred, the holy ones observed it from heaven, and the pillars of the earth were shaken from their foundations, and the sound was heard from the ends of the earth to the ends of heaven throughout the day. And all will fall down and worship the Lord of spirits. And this is the end of the second parable.
Pilate therefore said unto him, Art thou a king then? Jesus answered, Thou sayest that I am a king. To this end was I born, and for this cause came I into the world, that I should bear witness unto the truth. Every one that is of the truth heareth my voice. To this end was I born, and for this cause came I into the world, that I should bear witness unto the truth. Every one that is of the truth heareth my voice. That I should bear witness unto the truth. Truth.
Isn't that interesting that Jesus said that right before they crucified him? He said, For this cause came I into the world, that I should bear witness unto the truth. Everyone that is of the truth hears my voice. I hear his voice. That's all I know. A lot of people hear his voice and they don't even know that it's him. But a lot of them are hearing his voice and meeting him or being introduced to him, being changed in so many different ways, in many different ways, many, and being cleansed from things that we all used to consider in a different way. We used to consider them in a different way, that they were fine, no big deal. And we're learning that maybe in our minds we start to change, and we say, I don't think that that's good anymore. Kind of like there's a form of witchcraft, and it's like, I'm not going to talk about it a lot, but I see it happening on a worldwide scale right now. And it involves needles, and it involves pressure from authorities, or if that's what you want to call them. And it involves the bloodstream, and it's a form of like blood magic. Oh, thank you, Tiger Bear. I wonder if that was on purpose. That was me. I had my volume down on my mic, but I was just talking about. I said I hear his voice, and a lot of people hear his voice, and he's been changing us. He's gone into my heart and made me look at things a different way, look at everything a different way. Every single thing that I've ever considered, I look at a different way now. So I'm hoping you're hearing me now, Tiger Bear. Thank you for that, though. That you said that, because right when I saw that, I was like, whoa, that was a couple minutes probably. Yeah, this stream kind of didn't go so swell because of the video that we're watching, or that's on the screen right now. I had certain parts of it picked out, but let's just listen to it for a couple minutes.
It is
Okay.
matter that we cannot see. It does not affect.
Yeah, that's what I
anything
just
we
said.
see.
It does affect the things we see.
No, it specifically does not affect the things we see. That's why they call it dark matter, because we do
I'll
not
get
see
you a
we
link.
do not see direct effects because of dark matter. So
I think that I'll send you a link to NASA JPL.
you do that. All right. So you might have been thinking of refraction. Let me.
No,
Let me read
it's
some.
called dark matter.
All right. I want to see that. All right.
I will send it to you.
Pat G says,
Right on,
off
Michael
topic,
Ghost.
Pennsylvania is the dirtiest state. No,
Oh, we don't need to listen to any of that. There's some dirty stuff in there, but it's not really dirty. It's kind of like play on words stuff. So let's see here. Okay, let's go right here. Oh, look at the look on Toon's face. He's ready to listen. Like a light fixture or whatever. Like they're not a physical. This is just my belief. I'm not saying that I know it's something you don't know. I'm just saying that I believe that the stars are flying around because we see them flying around like in the picture.
How far are they?
I don't know. I don't think anybody Listen knows. to this. I don't think you know. Do you know? Tell me honestly, do you know? No, you don't know. We have ideas how far they are.
No, people have measured how far they are.
Okay, this is important, guys. I'm busting him in a way, like I'm not trying to bust his balls or whatever. I'm just saying that he can't say that he knows unless he's going to be dishonest. And I know Toon to be a pretty honest guy. So it's interesting that I went a little too far there. It's interesting, the conversation here. You know, like a light fixture or whatever. Like they're not a physical. This is just my belief. I'm not saying that I know it's something you don't know. I'm just saying that I believe that the stars are flying around because we see them flying around like in the picture.
How far are they?
I don't know. I don't think anybody knows. I don't think you know. Do you know? Tell me honestly, do you know? No, you don't know. We have ideas how far they are.
No, people have measured how far they are.
No, but you can't measure how far they are.
Wrong.
How are you going to do that?
People have done that.
How? With geometry?
Parallax.
With geometry and trigonometry and parallax?
Yes.
And that's going to tell you how far the stars are away. Sorry.
Yeah, just hold on a second.
Doesn't work. The sun and moon are the same distance then. Yeah, sun and moon are the same distance.
Could you?
Hey, I got that same one, but I defaced it. And
could you on this globe? Could you point to where math hurt you?
Oh, this is funny. The bottom point where math hurt you. See now, Toon,
math.
Toon, you didn't hear me, did you? Math can't measure to the stars, buddy. If that's the case, if math is going to measure to the stars, then, like I said, the sun and moon are the same size. Same distance. Same size. You can't say they're not. You live here too, right? Here, let's keep going.
The math hurt you there?
That's what it was. Yep.
All right.
No, actually, I'm really good at math, Toon. I am. I'm not going to see ovals. It's because that's numbers. I do.
Triangle?
Maybe. But here's my take on the reason why we're not going to see ovals is because that's not reality. We see circles, and you have an explanation of for yourself and that everybody is aware of, that if you're on the globe and you pick a spot and you make a model of it, you're going to see, yeah, that works out, right? It makes sense. So I'm not going to argue with that making sense, because I believe that my whole life too. And what I'm saying is that I understand that. But when I think of the stars now and what I understand about the sky itself, like I know that it's a vacuum or a near vacuum or whatever, a very low pressure system up in where like the ISS is and where satellites are and where the moon is and whatever. Like literally an empty space with those things in it and void of air and all that stuff. But in my belief, I believe that it's referred to as winds in the Book of Enoch. the winds of heaven, and they turn and they bring the stars and all this. So I'm not saying that I understand anything you don't. I'm only saying that what I believe is that what we see is not necessarily even physical. Like the light isn't maybe coming from the type of light source that we have on the earth here or that we are used to.
Okay.
That's my take. And I know I get all weird on you, but
Enoch is a good backstory to a. It's not a good backstory. It's a medium quality backstory to a fantasy universe. I prefer
that
the
Jesus.
I prefer the
That's-
Silmarillion.
The Silmarillion. I'm not sure what that is.
I think it's a little better. All right. Steve 6464 says, why does it have to be
Tune. Oh, what is this question?
69 miles?
Oh yeah, this is good. Because 70 is boring.
Because that's 1 degree of curvature.
Oh yeah, that is 1 degree of curvature.
Yeah,
if you're into that religion,
60 nautical miles.
I'm
Holmes
teasing.
says just
that's a total belief. Totally a belief. I like what Tiger Bear said. Thank you, Tiger Bear. You cleared it up. They've calculated how far. They haven't measured. Very, very clear. That's the best way to say it. See, I don't have that stuff lined up in my vocabulary like I wish I would. But RJ Fran says there are no flat earth Christians. What does that mean? Does that mean you decide who follows Christ, or what does that mean? And then the collector says Christians, falsely so called. What does that mean? Christians. Isn't that people that follow Christ? Wouldn't that be what a Christian is? Yeah, I know Toon was trying to lay a trap. He does that all the time. But he doesn't really try it with me, I don't think, too much. But just know, Toon, if you're listening, just know that you and I both know now that you were bluffing about dark matter because you really had no clue about it, and you hadn't even looked into what the astronomers that made it up say it is. So, and then if you pay attention, NASA JPL, they don't claim at all to know what it is. And you're laughing at me because I actually know what they say it is. And it's like the opposite of what you say. So you're on your own there, Toon. Actually, do you guys see all the people on the thumbnail there? There's a lot of, false science. That's what it is. It's not even, I hate to like taint the word of science, like science that way, but I guess I have to. So no answer from RJ Franz or any of those guys? Or the, what was the other one? The collector? Michael Go says, I believe God talks to people in vivid dreams or a small whisper or hear when you're all by yourself. Matthew 6:6. But when you pray, go into your most private room, close the door, and pray to your Father. Yes. The closet can be one of the best classrooms. You can learn so much from reading the Bible and that privacy, or whatever you want to call it. That's a very, some people, a lot of people say, man, I get so much ideas and so many things when I am taking a shower or when I'm driving or, like that. Trisha C says, I'm a flat earth Christian. Me too. Me too. Jay Law says, you handled business, if you know what I mean. Well, I love Toon. He's cool. He's actually probably one of the most polite at times. Now, like with other people, like Austin Whitsitt, he's pretty rude to Whitsitt Gets It. He's pretty rude. Toon is. And I've seen him be really rude to some other, but nothing like Fight the Flat Earth. Toon keeps the language clean, and I actually, that's probably why I get along with him very good, is that I don't want to be in conversations where people are calling each other idiots or whatever like that. Even though I go into some of those sometimes. Ever heard of Fight the Flat Earth? Wow. That guy's fun too, Craig. Okay, so let's see here.
Tell the man to dine in a rotating restaurant.
Okay,
like in
hold on a
Seattle.
minute. Let's see here.
You Sokotoa.
I'll just anyway. Thank you, Justin Zoma.
MOT. You
I've
just
got
wanted to
this
see. You just want to make sure that you had a N on the edge.
Yeah.
It's right behind me here. It was
What-
just crazy. The moon was. I don't believe it's a shadow. When I was crazy, the moon was in
What-
motion all night. Here we go.
What causes the shadow?
It's not a shadow. Look, shadows aren't red. What are you talking about? I don't believe it's a shadow. When I look up at the moon, I don't
Well, then
picture the
what-
ground
what-
beneath
all
me
right,
being
then
that.
what caused it?
I don't know. Just like you don't know.
I know.
No, you pretend you know. You know that you don't know.
No.
Do you see what I'm saying? Like, it's a simple thing. You don't know, Toon. You got to be kidding me. You went up there and inspected the eclipse while it was happening? You went up into space and you were looking, oh yeah, there's the moon, and you still wouldn't know. All you know is that the moon's doing something, or it's something different than it typically is. That's all you know. You don't know anything more than what your eyes see in the sky. I don't care how much math you do. And like, if you actually want to do science, that moon is not to the size that you think it is, Toon, because the shadow it makes on the ground is only about 70 miles wide. And I've witnessed this. I've stood under the shadow. So I've filmed it. I can show it to you. Actually, that's something that I should do. Let me try something, because maybe in the background I can just have that playing in real time. The shadow going over. That's a really cool video. I gotta find it though. Where's the real time? I have a time-lapse one, but I also have a real-time one. Right, where is it? Right here somewhere. Uh-oh. Where is it? There it is. Eclipse shadow. This was in 2017. And if it plays, I'm just going to let it play in the background. This is real time. This is a GoPro sitting on top of my truck windshield, just pointed up at the sky. And you can see the clouds there, and you can actually see the shadow moving in from the right side. And the shadow lasted 2.5 minutes, and you cannot expect me to think you're interested in science if you're going to say that during a solar eclipse, the moon's shadow that is 1/30th the scale of the moon. It's 1/30th the diameter that the moon is. 1/30th. The moon is 2,160 miles in diameter, they say. See that shadow coming in? See those distinct edges on that shadow? This is what they would call the umbra, but this is actually the only shadow. This is the shadow. Now look at as the moon just, boom, there's totality right there. And I'll keep talking while it's going, because that shadow, if you think about it, the sun is lighting up, what, half of the earth? So for everybody that could see the sun, there was a 70-mile circle that the shadow, when the moon was right in front of the, when it was right in front of the sun for me, blocking the entire sun, just 300 miles north in Minnesota, you'd never know that anything happened. Yeah, it is very dark as the shadow approaches. So right now, like if we zoom in here, we can't see what it actually looks like. I can show you a video of what it actually looks like. There's my friend Bruce on the right side of the screen there, looking up at it going, what in the world? So you can actually see the end of the shadow now to the right side kind of working its way in here. takes it is 2.5 minutes. Michael Ghost says, I like the saying sunrise and sunset because it's that. The sun is rising and setting. We don't say earth rise, earth set. That's right. RJ Franz says, oh really, Trisha, what church? I don't think it has you. What does the church have to do with being a Christian? Someone asked me that too. They said, do you go to a church? And I said, no. Honestly, if I go to a church, they just, it's very, anybody that sees what I see, there's very short life at church for those people. And you know what? RJ Franz, do you follow Jesus? Because he said, maybe I'll have to look this up. There's the end of the shadow, guys. That 70-mile wide shadow, that shadow right there was caused by a object 30 times wider. That's what they say. But we can't have that happen. We can't make that happen. We can't demonstrate it. There's no example of that happening ever. Anywhere. Of a shadow doing that. Let me show you something else. I just did a little demonstration with my drone just to show you. Let's pretend that my drone is 2,000 miles wide. I want a 1/30th scale drone with crisp edges flying on the ground. But we're not going to see that. We're going to see the same size drone all the time. The edges just get more and more blurred, but it stays the same size. It never gets smaller. You could take an artificial light and you could make an umbra and penumbra. It's just a concept, and it's a thing that we can do, but you can't do that with the sun. Let me pause it. Okay, so now we're about, I don't know, 25 feet above it or 20 feet above it maybe. Let's zoom in. Did it shrink down in size to a micro? See, it's supposed to be, let's see. I don't know if I can't get nothing on the screen, but it's supposed to be a little dot. Like smaller than 1/30th of the size of the drone. What I'm saying is that it can't happen in reality. Go outside and play with making some shadows. You'll understand what I mean right away. Let's go. Let's see what we got. Buzzin23, welcome. Same with sea level. Michael Ghost says same with sea level because we see level flatness. Yes. And everything. I don't know if yesterday I went over these verses. They're just a couple verses that Isaiah and John the Baptist said. He quoted Isaiah. But it's every valley shall be exalted. That means like lifted or raised up. Every valley shall be exalted. Every mountain and hill shall be made low. And the crooked made straight, and the rough places plain. And the glory of the Lord shall be revealed, and all flesh shall see it together. So for RJ Franz, if you are actually a follower of Jesus, do you remember when Jesus said that this gospel of the kingdom, the very gospel that Jesus preached in the synagogues, he said, this gospel of the kingdom shall be preached unto all nations as a witness, and then shall the end come. But if this was that, because, and another thing, if you follow Jesus, that probably means that you believe what it says in the Bible, and the Bible says that the earth is established, that it never be moved, and that it's still. So that's one big proof right there, if you believe the Bible, that the earth is stationary and it's not rotating. Certainly not moving. It's not going 66,600 miles an hour around the sun. And it's not moving at 1,037.5 miles an hour at the equator in linear velocity, I think. And it doesn't curve at 8 inches per mile squared. And here's the thing. See, guys like MC Toon, let me bring you back over there. He will try to trap people. And I've heard him say to his guest on his channel that 8 inches per mile squared doesn't work. And then so the last time I was on his channel, we went through the math and geometry that you need to do. We actually did it. And he totally didn't even understand the only way to do it. I understand the way, like, he was thinking that you couldn't get a measurement by using a right triangle, and then he used the right triangle a different way, which also works, to find the amount that should be obscured or hidden behind the horizon. But see, the funny thing about that is none of those guys actually believe that there's a horizon that's physical. Yet they say that that's what blocks everything. Like a ship at the, what's funny is that, let me do something here. Let me find something. Or I got to get a page going here and let me try something. We're going to go to my channel. Or not my channel. Well, it's my channel, but it's a different my channel called Flatter Every Day. And we're going to watch something. Okay, here's YouTube. If you guys aren't subscribed to this channel, maybe I'll put a link in the chat right now. This is like my other channel that I started just for fun. Whoops. Okay. There, it's in the chat there. Hey, RJ France says, this could be good. It says, funny how I can't find even one flat earth Christian that goes to any church. I guess you all believe you're not our brothers and sisters. No, you get kicked out of the church, dude. Wake up. You're probably one of the ones that kicked people out. That's what it sounds like. Of course we're your brothers and sisters. Unless we embrace your flat earth conspiracy beliefs. Well, let's break that down. I don't believe in a conspiracy at all. So I don't know what you're talking about there. And the earth is flat. Measurably flat. You clearly haven't gone out and measured it. The surface of water, just these concepts should be clear to you. That if you go out and you test these things, and I hope you do, you can see a different world. And I claim, my testimony is that I learned it from God. That it came down from heaven. I did not learn this from myself. I didn't make it up. It's written in the Word of God. The firmament. Just think about all this. The firmament. There's waters above. Do you believe there's waters above? There's a legitimate understanding that I have that makes a lot of sense. Makes way more sense than a universe where everything's free-falling around something else, a solar system. There is no solar system. Okay, so about boats sailing away. Let's watch this.
Of curvature.
Whoops.
This is...
Let's watch this. Boats sailing away.
Why do boats disappear from the bottom side first as they sail away? Most people say it is because of curvature. This is not true. Water never takes a curved shape at its surface. Waves, swell, tides, and the general movement of the water causes the surface to be many different shapes when in motion. But when a body of water is at rest, the surface of that body is flat and as a mirror is. If we are looking at a boat that is near the shore, we can see waves bouncing against the bottom of the boat. What happens if the boat shrinks in angular size, but the waves close to the shore stay the same size? As the boat sails away, it will be obscured by the waves that are closer. This causes the illusion that the boat is going down. But it is just sailing away on the flat surface of the water. We were all taught to think about these things only one way. Open your mind to understanding it another way. There is truth to find that is different than what we all have believed. Thank you for watching.
Look at that. Flatter Everyday channel put a link to my channel. What a nice guy. Just kidding, that's me. So there you go. Boat sailing away. Should I upload that to my channel? I probably should, huh? Whoops. There's explanations. Oh, hey, Shalom girl. Good to see you. Good to see you. I haven't seen you for a while. Hope you're doing well. And, yeah. So, RJ Franz, I don't want to be discouraging about this topic, but at the same time, Jesus did tell about, do you remember when he was saying, when his disciples said, how are you going to manifest yourself to us, but not the rest of the world? Think of it like that. Maybe you need to open your heart to things you don't know. That's what I had to do. Things I thought I knew that I actually never thought about before. Like all these things that I'm probably talking about now. 5 years, 7 years ago, I didn't think about any of that at all. And I've been taking on this journey to learn many, many things and to talk about it and say it. And I think it's so people like you don't think it's so awkward and weird. I mean, I can tell that you're not understanding what I believe because you're saying my flat earth conspiracy beliefs. I don't believe in any conspiracy unless you're talking about conspiracy of unclean spirits and demons and fallen angels that is in the Bible. Hey, Homestead, Wyoming, welcome. Michael Go says, RJ Franz, I am not trying to diss your beliefs, but I might suggest you do your own research and come to find the truth. Just have an open mind. Yes, I agree. Michael Ghost, thank you. That's probably said really good. Have an open mind. Not like a wasteful mind or something where you're going to just believe. You know, use discretion. But ask yourself questions that come up and be honest when you answer them. I remember when I was first hearing about it, and of course I thought it was kind of just dumb, right? Hey, Boo Busy, good to see you, and Cerulean C. Which verse in Job? Check out Job 38, verse 14 is a good one. It talks about the earth, it takes shape like clay under the seal. And if you look into what that is, like a signet ring or like a wax seal, it's like a one-sided thing. It's like a one-sided seal that goes on top of something. It's not a ball. It's not a ball at all. Boo Busy says water always finds itself level. Yes. And if you say that to most people, they'll say, well, you can't see the curvature because it's so big. Earth is so big. But then they'll see a boat going over the edge and say, see, the horizon's only 3 miles away. That's how quick the curvature is. And then you say, well, how come when I look all the way left and then I look all the way right when I'm standing at the beach, at the ocean, I'm probably looking like something like 100 or 200 miles in you know, how far I can see from all the way left, all the way right. And that's a perfectly straight line all the way across there. How does that happen on a curved Earth, a spherical Earth? The horizon, it dips down 3 miles in front of you, but in the 150 miles you can see left to right, there's zero curvature. Sorry, that doesn't work. That just means it's not curved. You're seeing something else when you see that dropping off, or what appears to be dropping off. Yeah, Homestead, Wyoming says clay under a seal is flat with raised edges. Every time they do a seal, that's what it looks like. Tiger Bear says, I'm really starting to appreciate your handling of the moon landing and the ISS. Joe, it's exhausting feeling like I have to argue these points. Your approach is much less combative. And you know what? I think, thanks, Tiger Bear, and I'm glad that you're seeing that they're basically, did you guys hear what I said to Toon? You don't know. You don't know the distance to these stars. And you know that you don't know. You pretend that you know, or you believe somebody took a measurement, but you don't know. That's the truth. And I'm sure even R.J. Franz would agree with me that he doesn't know if the sun is 1,000,000 miles, or if it's 93 million miles, or if it's 120 miles. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. And I'm not saying that we can't learn things, but I'm saying to say that you know, it just verifies that you really don't, because all you're doing is you're pretending to know something that nobody knows. What's happening during an eclipse? Why is the moon turn red during an eclipse? Why is the sky blue? Oh, people got ideas about this stuff all over the place. Sacred Heart. I used to be on a wrestling team in school, in high school or whatever, and we wrestled against a school called Sacred Heart, I remember. Boo Busy says, hey brother, do you think above the dome is water? No space doesn't exist? Admiral Byrd knew the truth. Here's what I think. I believe what it says in Genesis 1 verse 2. And I think most people that believe biblical creation or biblical cosmology overlook this and assume something. And then when they assume that, they wind up with the understanding that the world has about hell being in the earth like a physical place. And it is not a physical place. Your body does not go to hell. Your body goes into the dirt of the earth. We dig a grave when someone dies, and we bury their body in the earth. But we know their spirit's not there. Their spirit's gone elsewhere. Their life is over. And so when their life is over, they go into the dirt. But there's a place called Sheol. Sheol. And my understanding is there's Abraham's bosom, which I think is in the same place as Sheol, but it is on one side, and Sheol is on. And maybe it's not. Maybe Sheol is the whole thing. I don't really know, but I know that there's a side where, like Lazarus, in the parable that Jesus told, Lazarus is on one side, and maybe anyway, there was a big like cavern or an abyss or whatever that was between them, and there was no way of getting from one side to the other. So the idea that hell is in the earth, or because that's, I mean, if someone dies, we can say that they're going in the earth. I mean, that's very clear. I mean, we've all had a family member die at some point, and whether you carried a coffin before for a funeral, or whether you helped, lower them into the ground, that's what we do. And actually in 2nd Ezra, it says to do that. It says when someone dies, mark a grave. But that the spirit doesn't stay in the ground. Maybe it stays in the ground for a while. I really don't know. But I know that hell is a spiritual place. It's part of the spiritual realm. And I mean, I don't know everything. Thank you. Question the answers. An uncrossable divide. That's what was between Abraham's bosom and that other place where there was torment and begging Father Abraham to, that's a sad thing to think about. It's actually hard to think about. Don't be in darkness. Don't. We were all in darkness. And you know what's interesting? I was wrong about a lot of things. So then when I had an open mind and said, the first time I heard about this idea of the earth not being a globe, I was kind of laughing at it, thinking it's pretty ridiculous. But as I was listening, they were talking about water, and I had to come to grips with the idea that I believed a fable about water. I know water, it's flat. There is no 700-mile high mountain of water between Hawaii and California. Sorry. Or maybe 400, or whatever the curvature would be. There isn't a mountain of water. When you take a boat or a plane, you're not flying up over this big brown thing. You're just flying straight, just like you're perceiving. So here's the thing. If I tell you the earth is stationary, unless you're being dishonest, you should agree. Because if you say it's not, I would ask you, what is your evidence for that? Where's the observation you're making giving you the idea that it's rotating or whatever, that it's not stationary? Because everybody that lives here is living on a stationary earth. It's solid ground. And that's why when we have an earthquake, that's why it's called an earthquake, because the ground starts shaking and moving. Whereas when there's not an earthquake, pretty much by definition, it's not moving. If the ground was moving, you'd be terrified. I'm sure there's people listening or that will listen to this that have been through an earthquake. I never have, but I can't even imagine when the ground moves. That's a big deal, especially if the whole ground is moving all around you. You know what? Let's do this. Let's watch some earthquakes just to reinforce the stationary earth truth. I like talking about that. Cheyenne S says immovable. Thank you. Immovable. Let's see here. Earthquake. Today. No, I'm just kidding. We'll just see what we got. We'll just watch some popular videos of earthquakes. Hey, look at this. A seismograph. Oh, they even have an instrument that measures when there is motion to the earth. And usually it's really just sitting still, not moving. Unless there's an earthquake. Let's just see. Okay, maybe this is... Okay, let's look at this one. Compilation. Let's check it out. We're going to turn the sound off, though. Oops, I hit pause. Okay. So, if you're if you're sticking to the idea of the globe right now, I can tell you what your thoughts are. You're telling me, this is so dumb and ridiculous, Joe. This is nothing like the rotation of the earth. You wouldn't be able to feel the rotation of the earth. And you notice how you just worded that in your head? You wouldn't be able to? If the earth was rotating, you wouldn't be able to feel it. Well, that's a nice imaginary idea you have, and keep it to yourself. How about don't teach your kids that? Do you understand how ridiculous that is? Look at all this water and stuff. Okay, when there's an earthquake, the earth moves. And all this stuff is all theories of how it happens. I'm sure some of it's true. But yeah, let's watch this. What happens? What's going on? What are these people doing? Why are they freaking out? Why are they all running away? What's going on? Why are they all trying to get out of there? Why are the kids crying? What's going on? Why are things falling from the walls and ceiling? Okay, so if the earth was a ball rotating in outer space, like we were all taught, you would probably not be able to feel any motion. But what does that have to do with anything? We're not living on a ball. Even if you think we're living on a ball, you're not observing any motion. You're not observing any rotation. There's an earthquake. That's what it's like when the earth moves. That guy's like in the doorway freaking out. Watch this guy here on the cash register. He's like, yeah, I'm out of here, man. I'm out. Oh, it's the same restaurant. That other guy's under the thing. Okay. This guy's like running. He's like, oh, I almost got hit by the... There should be some video game sounds like doot, doot, doot. Okay, I've seen this one before. She gets tossed around this closet like crazy. Look at this. Does she look happy about that? Terrified. Terrified, terrified. So the point is, the earth ain't moving. Only in your mind. Maybe if you want to imagine it moving, that's fine. But it's not. And the proof is right under your butt right now, wherever you're sitting. It ain't moving. Unless you're in a car, then you know you're moving. Okay, let's see here. Question the answers says, and since they say we are on an elliptical orbit, that's speeding up and slowing down. That's so ridiculous. I agree. See, some of these things we would be able to feel. Have you ever ridden a motorcycle? Or like even worse, a unicycle? Like ride on one tire and lose your balance a little bit? Ooh, that's easy to do. Like taking a long curve on a motorcycle, trying to stay in the center of the lane, say. You realize how just a micro movement totally changes how that bike rides, where it goes. You'd be able to feel some of that. That's what I think. But anyway, you can't feel constant motion, except that whatever you're in constant motion on is going to be shaking or rattling. I don't care if it's like a smoothest train you can go on. If you close your eyes in the smoothest train you're going, you'll be like, hey, I'm moving in a train. Or if you're flying in the smoothest plane, you'll say, I'm flying in a plane. Because you'd know you're flying in a plane, first of all. And the fact of the matter would be that you were flying in a plane. So why are these things coming up in this conversation about stationary Earth? The observation that you make. Get it? So then, I mean, like Toon was saying that, I mean, this is what they all say. It's false science saying, I see the stars rotating, which proves that the Earth is rotating. And I'm like, you're contradicting yourself big time. You witness, you experience, you watch, you see, you film the sky moving. So what would science be doing there? Throwing that out, saying, no. Just because that's moving doesn't mean it's moving. We could be moving, even though we're not moving. Like, it's pretty ridiculous, honestly. Let's see here. Earthshake. Artist of Valion. Yeah, I saw that cat go running too, Michael Ghost. In front of the car. Pew! Tiger Bear. said, or Boo Busy laughed at question the answers. What he said. I imagine feeling the earth is moving is pretty scary. I think so. We would be nauseous a lot. Yes. Zareta Kandi, welcome. It's scary. Everything started to make sound. The walls, the windows, they make so many scary sounds. Wow. I mean, that one we just watched of that girl getting thrown around in her closet or whatever, that's crazy. Cheyenne S says, measure the curve of the ocean water. Do it. Wheel in the sky keeps on turning. Totally. I got to do something here. Let's see here. Where was I going? Okay. I want to play something. Whoops. I hope it works. Oh, where'd it go? Oh, we might be getting a third chance on the program here. I don't really know exactly what's wrong, but I'm going to try something. The video that I made of me and Toon that I was trying to play. Where did it go? There it is. Let's try it again, huh? We're taking our chances. That, like, if you had the camera spinning, pointed at stationary lights on or whatever, or if you had spinning lights and a stationary camera, wouldn't you get the same thing?
If and only if the camera is directly underneath the center of rotation.
Oh, but you're saying that that would mean that the sky would have to be a solid piece that's moving, and the space between the stars doesn't change physically. That's the only way that you'd need to be underneath that, right? Because if you're pointing it like at an angle towards the ceiling, you're going to get different distances.
So going with the idea of flat Earth, the AE map, where the North Pole is the center, you'd have to be at the North Pole. Right? If you're at the North Pole.
If the stars were attached to a piece of cardboard, yes.
Or a dome, right? And the dome is rotating versus.
But if you're right.
Versus a globe.
You get ovals.
You get ovals. You got it. Yeah. So if to the side, you get ovals if you're not in the center.
But that's not what happens on the Earth.
You're right. We don't get ovals.
No, but we shouldn't get ovals because we get circles. That's the whole point. Is it on a flat Earth? See, that's going to this AE map or whatever. No, you just said that. See, why do people bring up ovals? Why did they say you should see ovals? Because that's just stupid. The sky does not have ovals. Ever looked up at it? What's on the screen right here? If you point at the north axis of rotation, or you point at the south axis of rotation, one at one end of the sky and the other at the other end of the sky, you will get circles. Like if I was to point the camera up right now, we would get almost straight lines going over our head. But if we were to look the opposite, if we turn around 180 degrees, we're going to see, we can't see all that far all the way to the other. You can't see, maybe from the equator, you'd have the best chance of seeing both axes of rotation, which is actually just one. Because it's the north where your magnet compass points. Because it's magnetic. Something's magnetic there. Clearly, something is magnetic there. If you have a compass in your house, I don't care where you live, it'll point that direction. And you could go that direction by that magnetism. That's how airplanes fly to get to their destination. That's how we know. That's how anything navigates, is with a not a globe map, not globe coordinates, a magnet. A piece of metal. That's how you navigate. It's called a heading, and it changes as you fly. People, if you think about that. Anyway. So hopefully this plays, because I think we're to about the point where we actually left off. You just brought up the A map, and that's the problem. There is no map that is going to, because in reality we see circles. So why are we talking about ovals? Because that's just like a fairy tale. We're not talking about ovals. We're talking about circles.
But it's testing. It's science. You have a hypothesis.
Science. If you're going to bring up science, then we're going to talk about stationary Earth.
Then you
can't bring up science in this. Oh, man. It is locking up my program. Let's see if I can get the desktop back. I think it's already screwed up. So I know that's a corrupted file now. I'll have to delete it. I figured it was worth a try. I'm going to actually probably end the stream. Yeah, so tune if you catch this. Just open your mind a little bit. You're wrong a lot. Like, I'm not saying that to say I'm right and you're wrong. I don't really care. But when I catch you bluffing, like I already did, saying like laughing at me because I don't know what dark matter is, something I don't even believe in anyway. Hey, look at that. We got our screen back. So maybe it's working, but I'm not going to try that video again. So I guess what I would say is, let's see what's on the YouTube. Just for fun. Ooh, Take on the World TV. That's good stuff. Roads 777. That's good. Off-Grid Desert Farming with Paul and Adrian. Oh, that's good. Brian Staveley. Ooh, that's some good stuff. Truth Radio Show. Ooh, that's good too. Grand Supreme News. That's good. Bible Study. Galatians. Glowbusters. Flat Earth 24/7 channel. Ooh, I missed Beck from Oz 17 minutes ago. Looks like I got something to do. Hey, you guys, you know what? Guess who I got a phone call from today? Whoa. Wait a minute. Didn't that almost look like Austin Witzett's starting thing? It did. David Beverly called me today. We had a chat. That was awesome. Jesus Freak Computer Geek 2. But he's the same as the original. She blinded me with science. Who are you going to believe? Me or your lying eyes? There you go. Hey, it's good to see all you guys, and thank you for hanging out. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to test something. We're going to test something. We're going to try to break my program again. Okay, so what are they launching rockets for, really? Really, what's it for? Well, maybe this will give you an idea.
Alright, we're off. I'm glad I get a couple minutes to hang out with you guys alone. I wanted to talk about something to you. We're going up to space, they say, in a rocket, and I don't know if it's such a good idea now that I thought about it. Because are we maybe lifting up a shout up against God? Jesus said in John chapter 3 verse 12, "If I have told you earthly things and ye believe not, how shall ye believe if I tell you of heavenly things?" And then listen to this, guys. He says this, "And no man ascended up to heaven, but he that came down from heaven, even the Son of Man which is in him." So what are we doing, you guys? What are we doing? What is the point of any of this?
Yeah, what's the point? Why are you going to try to go to a place that doesn't have any water or food or anything? That, first of all, is only a place because you believe it's a place. Because it looks like a place. Newsflash, it's not a place. J Law, welcome. Kim Ray, welcome. I was just saying hi to some people that I probably missed. Question the answers. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, okay, this is probably good. Trisha C says, to RJ Franz, I consider every believer to be my brothers and sisters in Christ. I don't pick them by what church they attend. I am also disabled and can't attend church in person. I attend online churches. Churches don't, RJ Franz, what would happen if I came to your church and asked you to consider a few things with me, and we went and got lunch, and when we were at lunch we brought our Bibles in, and we actually looked at for all of lunch, the whole time we were looking up Bible verses, and I was showing you some of the verses that I never considered in a certain way until recently, and they're very clear about some of these things. What would you do? What if it started to convict you? I would hope that you would pray about it, and I would hope that you would keep your ears perked up for someone uttering their voice from Mount Zion. That would be the Lamb that was slain, that one. He's uttering his voice. He's flying with the clouds of heaven, so listen to him. Read his word. Read what he said. Like when he said he'll send the Spirit of truth to guide you into all truth. He said when he has come, he will reprove the world of sin and of righteousness and of judgment. Of sin because they believe not on me. But I'll bet you the whole world thought they believed in him. So maybe we should be careful about some of these things. Consider some of these things. I'm glad you came to the channel anyway. No matter what. The Bubba News is back. So very cool. Amazing shot on the screen. Hey, you know what? Let me show you something else. Watch this. It almost looks like a serpent in just a second here. You see that? This is actual footage from the space station. It's a time-lapse taken of a Falcon. That's a dragon right there. That's a dragon. It's a dragon in heaven. Did you guys see that? Let's go back a hair. Why does it happen to take that shape? Isn't that interesting? Yeah, Homestead, Wyoming, that's a great point. Wherever two or more are gathered. That's where church is. Where two or more are gathered. In his name. He's there with them. So, not that I'm against church. I just have found, that's one thing. Let me look something up. Jesus gave us a warning about something. Remember when he said, to endure, that the world would hate you? I'm looking something up. What's a synagogue? What is a synagogue? Is that like a church? Let me look it up in the Greek, just to make sure. I just want to make sure. Or is it like a court? What is it? Okay, the synagogue, that word is 4864 in Strong's, and it says synagogue. A bringing together, an assembling, a synagogue, an assembly, congregation, synagogue, either the place or the people gathered together in the place. So it's the place where they're gathered, or it's the people gathered in that place too. Like, I'm sure that means like a congregation, like the church's congregation, or they maybe they meet in a synagogue. a synagogue. Okay. Oh, you saw the Starlink train. Yeah, they've that whole thing's going to change now, you know? I don't know if you guys are aware of that. They did just launch, I don't remember how many, 50 or something like that. And the Bubba News saw them in the sky. Now, here's the interesting thing. God created the sun, moon, and the stars to be for times, seasons, days, and years. And then it says to give light upon the earth. So that's what? 5 things that he created for? Signs, seasons, days, years, and light on the earth. So that's 5 reasons that he made the sun, moon, and stars. And place them, set them in the firmament of the heaven. So if we were to ask NASA, where are the sun, moon, and stars? They're going to say, they're in the solar system. Even though they're actually in the sky. Wrong, NASA. They're not in the solar system. They're in the sky. Big difference. There's a big difference. But when we start seeing all these other weird things in the sky that men have put up there, what about the times, seasons, days, and years? What happens if you transgress those? If you go against God? You know, in Jasher chapter 9, or if we want to talk about the Tower of Babel, there was people, those people that were under King Nimrod, his families or whatever, they wanted to ascend into heaven and fight against God, and they wanted to ascend into heaven and place their own gods there and serve them instead. That's what Starlink train is. That's what satellites are. Let's see here. Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about, question the answers. I can play that. Let me go play that. I've got that. This is called, that's part of the war in heaven. Because in Revelation, there's the 4 winds. There's the 4 angels holding back the 4 winds from destroying the earth. And this is in the time when people are getting sealed in their foreheads with the seal of the living God. And John heard an angel say to the other angels, don't loose those winds yet. Don't let go yet. Not until the servants of God are sealed in their foreheads. And so I'm assuming that after that they're going to let go. But that's probably what the war in heaven, Michael and his angels fought against the dragon, and the dragon fought and his angels. That's right on your screen, guys. The 4 winds. Enoch saw it. Enoch chapter 57. He said, and I'll try to quote it. I'm not going to try to quote it. And it came, what does it say? And it came to pass that I saw another host of wagons. That's what he says. I saw another host of wagons. Jesus, freak, computer geeks in the house. I just was talking about you. I said, David called me today. That was awesome. Thanks for chatting. That was a good talk. And me and David are going to be doing a live stream together sometime very soon, hopefully. And then also, Beck from Oz and Growler, I might go on their channel, or maybe they'll come on my channel. But David, when we do a stream, I want it to be just me and you, so that we can have a good talk, and maybe we can actually study a few things out in maybe even in some of the apocryphal books. We can look and see what those prophets say about this key to the bottomless pit. It seems like they have some knowledge about that to me. That's, I think, where we can get knowledge about that place. But love you too, man. No, that was weird. It was really cold today, and I got in my truck, and my phone was sitting in there while I don't know what I was doing, but I got in my truck, and I was like, oh, I got to check my phone. And right when I picked up my phone, it said, David Beverly. He was calling me. I'm like, did I just bump the button, and am I calling him? Well, either way, I'll put it up to my ear, and then I go, hello, and he goes, hey. So that was cool. Question the answers says, and it reminded me the other day when you were talking about the sonic boom, like the thunder that was heard in heaven, And then silence for an hour. Yes. As the angels watched, seeing it all go down. Yes, totally. You know how I don't remember exactly where it says it, but something about with a great sound. I'm almost positive that's like a sonic boom from, unfortunately, something like Mars or one of these planets being. Well, I'll just put it this way: the things that are written in Revelation, they're all like, "Whoa, that's crazy! What does that mean?" Like an earthquake and a tenth of the cities fell. Let's not talk about cities on the earth, guys. Babylon, a habitation of devils, and that's actually something I'm going to be doing a stream on. We have from NASA video footage of unclean spirits flying around in outer darkness. We have that. I can show it to you. And a lot of the people that see it say, no, that's just NASA faking it. That's under a microscope. And I'm like, okay. Willingly ignorant. Avoiding what to look into something. And Bubba New says the Abaddon maybe, yes. They went to the moon, and that was the Apollo spirit. They all said it. You got to have the Apollo spirit. Pearl Harbor Day is tomorrow. Oh, okay. Pearl Harbor. Man, what a horrible day that was. Very bad day. Not only a day, I guess, too. Oh yeah, I forgot I was going to try to get a video. I don't even know if it'll play a video, but I was just going to show you footage of that rocket launcher, or at least a little clip of it anyway. I think it's here somewhere. Or maybe I'll show you a different one, but it'll be something like that. Let's see. Yeah, let's watch this and just see what this looks like. This is a dragon again. It's a Falcon 9 and a dragon. See, this is why when Michael and his angels are fighting against the dragon, well, I think that the 4 angels that are holding the winds, I think those are Michael's angels. It's quite simple. They're fighting against the dragon right now. You can see it. Look at it. Doesn't that look like war in heaven? Elijah's challenge vigilant welcome says a day that will live in infamy. Right on. Let's see. Oh, interesting. Homestead, Wyoming, 12/7/21, tomorrow, is another day. What's that called? Where it's backwards the same thing. 12/7/21, backwards is 12/7/21. Interesting. So yeah, there you go. That's a dragon right there on your screen in heaven, flying around. Remember when John said he saw a wonder in heaven of a dragon? Think about it. The first dragon and the only dragon that's ever been up in heaven, as far as I know. Pretty sure. Let me show you something else. Let's just listen to this. We're not going to listen to the whole thing, but okay, so the rocket launches, and it takes like a couple minutes till the sound even gets to these people. Okay, listen to this sound. This sound will go down in infamy because this sound is what causes... Oh, I better... Hold on, YouTube's giving me trouble. I can't play that. Okay, YouTube. Stop. Okay, so that sound, though, that is the sound that Enoch heard. And I'm not even kidding. Enoch described it. He said it was from their wagons. The sound that their wagons was making, that's what shook the heavens apart and made the foundations of the earth move out of their place. Anagram, thank you, Dwayne. The eclipse, the 4 is a bad in Scorpion and like I don't know what that means. Interesting though. Palindrome, maybe. I'm not the guy to ask. I'm horrible. Let's see. Okay, so what was I going to show you? Oh, I was going to show you what unclean spirits look like. I mean, obviously, I don't know that these are unclean spirits, but I know that they're in a place of darkness. And, oh, now it's trying to give me trouble again. Hold on a minute. I got to probably switch it pretty quick here. Oh, NASA. There we go. STS-75. This is NASA footage. Whoa. Watch out for that effed up world guy. Shut up, YouTube. Sorry, guys. Wagons, you mean chariots? Yeah, I've seen it both. R.H. Charles said wagons, the one that I usually read, which I'm going to right now. Okay, let me pause. I got the wrong screen. Okay, so this is called a daily, what's it called? I forgot what it's called. They do this on shuttle missions. David would know about this. David Beverly, Jesus Freak, he would know about this. When they went on the shuttle, every day, they would take a lot of video and a lot of pictures and everything. And they would, when they got back, they would do like a open format where they would sit down and they would watch a bunch of those videos and they would make like a video log. And that's what this is. And this was day 9 of mission STS-75 is what day this happened on. And this video is 17 minutes long. So they made a 17-minute video for day 9. Wait, what is that? I should have... Oh, yeah. Flight day 9. Flight day video file. Let's actually watch a little bit of this. Okay. See, they talk... they tell you what we're seeing. For some reason, I only got it in my left headphone. So they're just taking video. And they were deploying a satellite, and it broke off.
We can see the tether.
They're calling it the tether.
We'll look for that picture.
And the tether is like something like 75 or 80 miles away from the shuttle at this point. So that's very far away. It's like 12 miles wide. And look at what surrounds it. I'll zoom in a little bit. Oh, that's... Some people tell me that's a petri dish under a microscope. I'm like, no, it's shuttle footage. It's infrared shuttle footage. It's an infrared camera. What lives in that spectrum? Maybe your eyes couldn't see it. And there's only visible. And actually, there's someone that I just subscribed to, and I don't want to say too much about it till I get a copy of a video that was recorded from the ISS. What are these things, guys?
Franklin, we see a long line, a couple of star-like things, and a lot of things swimming in the foreground.
Isn't that interesting? He said swimming in the foreground. Now, Jesus Freak says mission design review. That's probably what it's called. Thank you. So it's basically, if you ask me what that is that's them being courteous to the taxpayers that pay for all this and giving them a report, basically. Giving the taxpayers and, everybody, giving them a report of, of what they did, what took place and all that. Yeah, Jesus Freak says it's like these beings are interested in a new object in their presence. Now, here's the thing that I think would really be hard to overlook. As all this video is taking place, we have to realize the velocity and that they're in a place where there's no medium. They're in a place of nothing. So this tether breaks off, and it's going pretty much the same speed as them, But I can guarantee you what they did was they fired their thrusters to get away from it for safety. And just doing that started the shuttle inching away from that tether while they were orbiting. And when we're looking at it right now on the screen, they're going 17,500 miles an hour, and so is the tether. And look at all these things. So all these things are flying 17,000 miles an hour, and they're flying around this tether, like attracted to it. Like, what is this thing? These are evil spirits. Watch this. All of that is moving 17,000 miles an hour in a trajectory. How is that happening? So those things, they can go 17,000 miles an hour and then just kind of sideways or in whatever direction they want.
Franklin, we see a long line, a couple of star-like things, and a lot of things swimming in the foreground. Can you describe what you're seeing?
Well, the long line is a tether.
Tiger Bear, he just answered your question. What the heck is that rod thing? That is a tether. They had an experiment they were trying to do where they had this satellite and they had a boom and they, put it out away from the shuttle and started going away from the shuttle, and it was tethered though. It was connected. And this was like a 12-mile long tether or something. And when it got out, it kind of didn't go how they thought it would, and it broke off. And so that's just this, like a bunch of wires just floating about 90 miles or something, 75, I can't remember. They'll say right here how far away it is from the shuttle. So this is a strange thing. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because there's actually brand new footage from the 4th of December that is very much the same as this from the ISS.
And there's a little bit of debris that kind of flies with us, and it's illuminated by the
See them pulsating?
such low angle. So there's a lot of stray light, and it's getting washed out quickly, but Claude is trying to do a quick, good job here adjusting the cameras.
Copy that.
Okay, watch this one that just came on the screen. Let me pause it. I'll zoom in on it. Okay, this one right here. You see that? Now, if we are very careful and watch it, okay, you'll see the direction it's going. I just want to show you something that if you keep your eye on it, and then it'll almost go off screen a little bit, but then the guy will zoom out right away, and you'll be able to still keep your eye on it, and you watch what direction it goes. It totally does a circle. It's not flying in one direction. It goes in a circle around this tether. So keep your eye on this one, and it's going to go around here, and then when it gets down here somewhere, the guy's going to zoom out, and make sure you keep your eye on which one it is, and you'll see the direction it goes. It was for, I actually have a video on it, I think. I'll try to find that. It wasn't a test run. It was actually a mission, and it failed. Like the boom or the tether, when it broke off, they were just glad that they didn't have like some 2-mile long part of the they're glad it broke off where it did, with only like 30 meters or whatever left. Because if they would have broke off and they had this big long thing hanging, they would have had to somehow get out there and cut it. I really think it was a stupid experiment they were doing. They didn't really plan it out very well. But it broke anyway. So, but yeah, watch this, this pulsating thing that matches with all these other things. It's quite strange. See how it's going to the right? Remember, it's moving 17,000 miles an hour toward the camera. Whoops, I forgot to watch it myself. Let me go back a little bit. Okay, let's watch that one. I hope I didn't cut this short or something. Oh, that's not what I expected. I think that clip got cut short somehow. Unless there's another one coming up. Let's see. Yeah, look at those things flying around that. So yeah, you got to remember that that the camera is moving 17,000 miles an hour backwards. Okay, here we go. Oh yeah, that was it, I guess.
Houston, Columbia, I was using both the 20 power binoculars and the 400 millimeter Nikon lens under the body bag, and it only just disappeared in the glare of the sun about 30 seconds ago. The tether looked completely straight. I did not see any bright spots along the tether except at the very bottom where there was a bright spot which was unresolvable for me. I did not see anything above the satellite.
Thank you. We copy all, Jeff. Good observations. We look forward to your descriptions and photography when you get back.
So that's interesting. Oh, maybe they'll show the broken end of the tether. Or maybe not. I'm not sure. I have a video where I downloaded all the videos I could find about that satellite and them loading it and everything. So should I take the time and go? I should probably. Let's go to YouTube. Let's have some fun. I want to show you guys something. So let's go to, how am I going to get there? Oh, I could just go to my subscriptions. Whoops. And then we'll find this channel. I'll just show it to you. Wait, is it right here? Yeah, right here. Mary Hall, that's the channel. Okay, so we're just going to go here to get to the channel, and then I'm going to show you a crazy video. So what she does is she does time lapses. She captures I think it's the HDEV camera. It's like it's on the bottom of the space station looking down towards the Earth. And she just does captures, and we're going to go to her channel right now. And just for fun, since she's only got 6,000 subscribers, well, that's more than me. But I will put a link to her channel in the... Just in case if you guys want to go look at this video, you can. It's in the chat right now. Mary Hall channel. Go and check it out if you want, or subscribe or whatever. So then I'm going to go to videos, and we're going to watch something crazy, man. Now, I don't know. Like, I could probably call her and probably get a copy of this video without whoa, hey Bobby, my cat just came down, without this guy's uses his mouse all over the place, and it's kind of confusing, but you'll see what I mean. I'll just let him explain it actually, and you guys can tell me what you think.
Feed on the ISS, and this camera is facing the Earth at all times. This is a part of the space station right here. And down here is part of the solar panel, which moves and can be in almost any position in the view at any given time.
That was on his screen.
Operates to capture the sun, optimally. So
that little dot thing, that's his mouse. Don't be tricked by that. I don't know why they would do that. Get that thing off the screen, but whatever.
265 miles
You'll get the point.
The surface of the Earth, and the space station is going 17,500 miles from west to east with the rotation of the Earth. And up here in this Google map, you can see the predicted orbit. And because it's a two-dimensional map, it's going to appear to be, it's curving like this, and that's to compensate for the tilt and curvature of the Earth. But generally, the space station's going in a straight orbit from west to east. And usually, anomalies are captured just when it's reaching the terminator, and the light captures the sunlight, captures the space station, and focuses in the camera a little more, but not too much. Like when it's clear daytime or clear night, you don't see anything. Very I don't even know how to describe it. So
sorry, guys. Yeah, just watch this.
See what this. You're not going to believe this. So it's going into the Terminator.
Okay, I just want to say something. Keep in mind that the space station is in a place where there's nothing. There's no air to slow it down. It's essentially nothing. So if there is something, that's very dangerous because of how fast they're going. If there was a piece of dust, like the dust that's floating around in the room you're in right now, if one of those pieces of dust was up there and the space station went 17,000 miles an hour into it, it just goes right through the space station. That speed is 10 times faster than a bullet. There's no time for anything like, if there's anything up there, and that's why when they blow up like a Russian satellite like they just recently did, they cause problems for everyone. And actually, at a certain point, if something was catastrophic enough, everything up there would be destroyed, just immediately destroyed. Like, not immediately, but I mean, if there was a cloud of debris, it's eventually going to take everything out. Like, it's just going to cause collisions. And so when we're watching this, keep it in mind that there is no dust particles up there. There's no water droplets. There's nothing like that to hit, because if that was the case, the space station would not work. It would be destroyed immediately. Like if you had something like a BB and the space station hit it, it would destroy the space station. A BB. It would destroy it. So there's no way that any of this stuff that we're going to see on the screen here is dust or anything like that. It can't be like material in any way. Check it out.
Right in the twilight. But look at this. All of a sudden, they're all over. Generally going from this direction down this way, but some are going this way. They're going every direction. And at every speed. I mean, it looks like a snowstorm, a blizzard. But that is not natural. Those are, they're not dust particles. They're going too fast. The speed is variable on each one. The directions, look, some going straight up. You could literally freeze this and capture 100 objects in each frame. So this is a 5-minute video. There's literally thousands of these. Some very close, some very far, some very fast, some very slow. And some are perpendicular with the orbit, some are with the orbit, some are off at an angle. Most of them are from up here down this way. So that would be from here going across like this relative to the space station. And so it's look at this, one going slow, opposite direction. This is phenomenal. Again, if this was like during the day, in the bright sunlight, these wouldn't be visible at all. Or if it was on the dark side of the Earth, they wouldn't be visible at all either. But this is phenomenal. This is something she's never seen before. And I really don't know how to describe it. And down here you can see a light. That's obviously a city on the Earth that's going, so anything going like that is on the Earth. But here's a cloud here. But all these are anomalous. They are just, they're not normal. And like I said, she doesn't see this at all every time. This is rare. Now, if this is, if these are craft, there's something going on, but and it's not natural. So what else could it be? It's not dust. Why would there all of a sudden be dust, And again, you don't see hardly one of these, let alone hundreds or thousands of them. Every time this space station goes into the twilight, this is truly the Twilight Zone. I mean, look at this. This is crazy. What do you make of it? Again, this is another great capture. See, this one's following the speed of, say, something that was on the Earth. Look at this. Some shooting as fast as, and again, it couldn't be meteorite showers because they're coming from every direction, every speed. Look at this. It's just remarkable. Again, you can stop, this, freeze frame it, and every frame will have 100 of them in there. This one's unusual. We can zoom in on, some of these. Let's see, even when you zoom in, you can't, everywhere you look, they're coming in from every direction. See, these spots are not natural, but they're always on the camera lens, and it's like these are all over when it's the dark side of the earth. Look at this. And this is just one small section zoomed in. It's remarkable. And then as the sun starts hitting the earth, these become less visible. So this stuff might be going on the bright daylight side of the earth, or the nighttime side of the earth. We won't even see it. But it's always at this twilight, always at the terminator into daytime or nighttime that anomalies are captured. It's like the camera is like perfectly focused for it. See, now you can start seeing the sun hit the earth, but you could still see these objects floating around. It's totally, not something that's a natural phenomenon.
You guys see all that stuff?
We'll see how that one just kind of stopped, and it's now going, look at this. You still can barely see them. There might be dozens or hundreds of them down there right now, but they're being washed out.
That's a realm.
The sunlight. See how they're starting to really fade out?
All right.
And then once it gets...
So then they come into daylight and they just disappear. They're still there. I mean, that's what it appears like. There's more footage like this all over the place. Back in the shuttle days, they captured a lot of this. Let me actually... Let's see. We're going to go to my channel and we're going to search for UFOs. I made a video once. I just want to show you that these are not like isolated incidences. This is a commonplace thing that during that when they're passing from either daylight into night or from night into daylight, that is when these things are captured. Let's go to my YouTube studio and we're going to search my channel. Can I search my channel from you? Yeah, I think I can from here. Oh yeah, I can. Duh. What am I thinking? Search across your channel. So UFO. Okay, this is the one. This is the video right here where... Wait a minute. That's archive footage. Yeah, let's just look at this one. It looks like it's the same video. I just uploaded it twice, I think. And I'm going to leave the sound off because I don't know what music I have. These are all NASA videos. Oh, music credit. Yeah, I can't play that. Whoa. Test shot, starfish. That would be bad. Can't play that music. So maybe I'll play some other music. And we'll just watch this. I'm not going to watch the whole thing, but as they're passing in from the daylight into the night, look at all these things that show up. I'm going to put it on full screen. And you can see up in the left-hand corner, it says 4 times playback speed. So that's how you'll know how fast it actually is. So these are all from shuttle missions. Just footage of things just kind of showing up. Here's an interesting one. You don't think there's anything up there, Christians? Why I'm saying Christians is because that phrase willingly ignorant keeps coming into my mind. There's a place of darkness above the earth, and nobody would disagree with that. And I happen to believe that that place is the darkness upon the face of the deep. That those dark waters, that's the deep. So a lot of people think the deep is like under the earth and the waters of the deep came up from the ground. Maybe so, I don't know. But I know in Genesis 1 verse 2 it describes God hovering over that surface of those waters. So the deep is up in the sky because God's throne's up in the sky. And that's where he Actually, he says that in Isaiah 66, verse 1. He said, "Thus saith the Lord, the heaven is my throne, and the earth is my footstool. Where is the house that ye build unto me? Where is my place of rest?" So that's a good question that we could all ask ourselves. Where does God live? Where's his place of rest? Where's his throne? It's in heaven. So let's see. I'm going to see if I can find some of the most interesting clips. That one might be kind of interesting. You know what's interesting, actually? I'm going to read, this will be great. I'm going to read to you about a place where Enoch went that's very much the same as this place. He said it was a waste and a horrible place. And this is chapter 21 we'll go to. We can also go to chapter 18, but we'll go to 21. "I proceeded to where things were chaotic, and I saw something there horrible. I saw neither a heaven above nor a firmly founded earth, but a place chaotic and horrible. And there I saw 7 stars of the heaven bound together in it, like great mountains and burning with fire. Then I said, For what sin are they bound, and on what account have they been cast in hither? Then said Uriel, one of the holy angels, who was with me and was chief over them, and said, Enoch, why dost thou ask, and why art thou eager for the truth? These are the number of the stars of heaven, which have transgressed the commandment of the Lord, and are bound here till 10,000 years. The time entailed by their sins are consummated. And from thence I went to another place, which was still more horrible than the former. And I saw a horrible thing, a great fire there, which burnt and blazed. And the place was cleft as far as the abyss, being full of great descending columns of fire. Neither its extent nor magnitude could I see, nor could I conjecture. Then I said, How fearful is the place, and how terrible to look upon. Then Uriel answered me, one of the holy angels who was with me, and said unto me, Enoch, why hast thou such fear and affright? And I answered, Because of this fearful place, and because of the spectacle of the pain. And he said unto me, This place is the prison of the angels, and here they will be imprisoned forever. Ooh, look at all those imprisoned angels on your screen right now. Well, that sure is strange, isn't it? This is all NASA footage from the shuttle, while the shuttle's orbiting. What is that, guys? NASA doesn't really know. They just like, whoa, what is that? They put the video out. They don't say anything about it. They don't know. They know as much as the very first person that saw any of it. There's a little more. There's some lightning storms, it looks like. And something is attracted to that lightning. Someone says, what is that lightning? That's cool down there. All those flashes and all these things kind of swarm. Look at that. They like lightning. Enoch talks about lightning. Enoch actually... Let me find that. I'm going to guess that's chapter 37. I'm going to guess, but I might be wrong. Yep, I was wrong. Let me keep going here. Let me see. I'm looking for a specific thing he says about... Okay. Oh, this is so awesome. I got to read this. This is like a totally different topic. But, you know, when Jesus said he was going to prepare a place and he would return and receive us unto himself? Well, I want to read to you about that place. Enoch saw it. And I got to tell you, there's a place for you there already. Okay, and it shall come to pass in those days that elect and holy children will descend from the high heaven, and their seed will become one with the children of men. And in those days Enoch received books of zeal and wrath, and books of disquiet and expulsion. And mercy shall not be accorded to them, saith the Lord of spirits. And in those days a whirlwind carried me off from the earth, and set me down at the end of the heavens. And there I saw another vision, the dwelling places of the holy, and the resting places of the righteous. Here mine eyes saw their dwellings with his righteous angels, and the resting places with the holy. And they petitioned and interceded and prayed for the children of men, and righteousness flowed before them as water. There's people praying for all of us. There's angels that are praying for all of us. And mercy like dew upon the earth, thus it is amongst them forever and ever. And look who else he sees up there. He sees Jesus. This is in the book of Enoch, chapter, 39. And in that place mine eyes saw the elect one of righteousness and of faith. And I saw his dwelling place under the wings of the Lord of spirits. And righteousness shall prevail in his days. And the righteous and elect shall be without number before him forever and ever. And all the righteous and elect before him shall be strong as fiery lights, and their mouth shall be full of blessing. And their lips extol the name of the Lord of spirits, and righteousness before him shall never fail, and uprightness shall never fail before him. There I wished to dwell, and my spirit longed for that dwelling place. And there heretofore hath been my portion, for so has it been established concerning me before the Lord of spirits. Can you imagine seeing that place and then going away from it and going, oh, but that's where I want to be? Well, I guess Enoch still had more to do. He had other places to go. This is chapter 40. And after that I saw thousands of thousands and 10,000 times 10,000. I saw a multitude beyond number and reckoning who stood before the Lord of spirits. And on the four sides of the Lord of spirits I saw four presences, different from those that sleep not. And I learnt their names, for the angel that went with me made known to me their names, and showed me all the hidden things. So then he goes over the angels like Raphael and Gabriel and Michael, Phanuel. Let's see here. Okay, I'm going to keep reading this. This is, he sees these mansions again. And what's playing on your screen is just more NASA shuttle footage. That's what it is on your screen. Okay, chapter 41. And after that I saw all the secrets of the heavens, and how the kingdom is divided, and how the actions of men are weighed in the balance. And there I saw the mansions of the elect, and the mansions of the holy. Mansions, guys. And mine eyes saw there all the sinners being driven from thence, which deny the name of the Lord of spirits, and being dragged off, and they could not abide because of the punishment which proceeds from the Lord of spirits. Okay, here we go to the lightning, guys. And there mine eyes saw the secrets of the lightning and of the thunder, and the secrets of the winds, and how they are divided to blow over the earth, and the secrets of the clouds and dew. And there I saw from whence they proceed in that place, and from whence they saturate the dusty earth. And there I saw closed chambers, out of which the winds are divided, the chamber of the hail and winds, the chamber of the mist and of the clouds, and the cloud thereof hovers over the earth from the beginning of the world. And I saw the chambers of the sun and moon, whence they proceed and whither they come again, and their glorious return, and how one is superior to the other, and their stately orbit, and how they do not leave their orbit, and they add nothing to their orbit, and they take nothing from it, and they keep faith with each other, in accordance with the oath by which they are bound together. And first the sun goes forth and traverses his path according to the commandment of the Lord of spirits. And mighty is his name forever and ever. You know what? I just realized that I made a video with this in it. So let me just put you on that screen so that I can get back over here and find that video. I want to play it. It was just kind of a cool video I made recently. And I did upload it on my channel, but I'm not even sure what I called it. I like the Book of Enoch. Look at all those things, you guys. Look at those things. I'm going to pause that. Do you guys see that? That's insane. Okay, watch this. I'll go full screen again. Watch this. Whoops. Okay, watch this. This is crazy. And I'm looking for my video. Okay, watch this. What is going on with that? That's supposed to be the Earth on the top, like it's upside down right now. What is all that stuff? What are those things? Like, seriously, what are those things? Because I don't know what they are. I'm making a guess at what they are. Wow. Sun and moon. Let's watch this. We'll come back to NASA. I'll pause it. Okay, let's do this.
And I saw the chambers of the sun and moon, whence they proceed and whither they come again, and their glorious return, and how one is superior to the other, and their stately orbit, and how they do not leave their orbit, and they add nothing to their orbit and they take nothing from it, and they keep faith with each other, in accordance with the oath by which they are bound together. And first the sun goes forth and traverses.
Okay, so that's obviously not the right version, because you want to know, I'm going to show you what putting music to a video does. Makes it so much easier to listen to, because that seemed kind of awkward to listen to that few seconds that we just listened to, if you ask me. So let's do this. Let's go to my channel. Let's find it. And let's watch it, the YouTube version. And it will show you why I put music in videos. Here we go. You guys will see.
And I saw the chambers of the sun and moon, whence they proceed and whither they come again, and their glorious return, and how one is superior to the other, and their stately orbit, and how they do not leave their orbit, and they add nothing to their orbit and they take nothing from it, and they keep faith with each other, in accordance with the oath by which they are bound together. And first the sun goes forth and traverses his path according to the commandment of the Lord of spirits, and mighty is his name forever and ever. And after that I saw the hidden and the visible path of the moon, and she accomplishes the course of her path in that place by day and by night, the one holding a position opposite to the other before the Lord of spirits.
Enoch chapter 41. That's, I guess, is that on my other channel? No, that's on this channel, I think. I don't know what I'm thinking. I didn't even put it on Flatter every day. Oops. Subscribe anyway. Okay. So, yeah, there's UFOs. I think they're all just unclean spirits. Remember when there was a man that had many unclean spirits, and they were like, Jesus said, what's your name? And he's like, Legion, for we are many. And Jesus was going to cast them. Whoa, shut up. Okay, thank you. Jesus was going to, or they said to him, are you coming here to torment us before the time? Because they know that there's an ending to their games they're playing. And they thought he came early or something. And they said, cast us into that herd of swine instead of casting us into the deep. So when I'm talking about the deep, it's an abyss, a sea, a great hanging sea above the earth, dark waters and thick clouds of the skies. That's a real thing in the Bible. Darkness. There was darkness upon the face of the deep. And then also in Job, it says the face of the deep is frozen. So what's going on? Think about that. Okay, so since my program seems to be actually working, I'm going to maybe play a few videos. I don't have much more. Oh, I can't play that one. It's an MP4, wrong format. I don't really have a lot more to say, but I do kind of feel like playing some videos. Let's see here. The sun setting on a flat earth, how does that happen? Let's look at that. Let's see if we can figure out what that is. Oh, and this is the wrong version too, I think.
They tell us that the sun moves 15 degrees per hour in our sky above the earth. I have noticed that this is not true. For a good part of the day this is true, but at sunset, the sun stops changing position at that 15 degrees and it slows down when it comes close to making apparent contact with the horizon. This is because the sun is a light in the sky that is limited by atmosphere and the things on the ground between you and the sun. The light from the sun can be blocked by anything that is taller than you and between you and the sun. Your neighbor's fence can block the sun when the angle to the sun is low and close to the horizon and their fence is only 8 feet tall. Have you ever seen the sun disappear from the bottom side first while the sun is still above the horizon? Take a look at this footage. The light from the sun is being blocked out by the low elevation air that is most dense down on the ground where we usually see the sun setting from. So when we go above that thick low elevation air, we can see that it is just being blocked out and eventually becoming not visible through the thick air. Don't listen to people that say the sun would never set on a flat earth. Because the sun does appear to set on flat earth. When they say that, they are thinking of a graph on paper, which does not represent reality in any way. Drawing a diagram and pretending that your diagram is representing reality is just a way to avoid the truth. Go out and observe the sun and its light, and pay attention to your surroundings. You will soon realize that the earth is most certainly stationary and the sun is moving over the flat earth. Thank you for watching.
Okay, so I got another one. Got another one. If you guys, I don't know if you get the flatter everyday thing, but it's a kind of a parody of Smarter Every Day. Anyway, so back in 1964, was it? I think it was 1964. Low Earth orbit was not the same. It was not the same. Check this out. Remember Gemini 4? Just in case you're not noticing, they're flying in a circle. Pay attention. It's a circle, not an orbit. Circle, circle, and back. back around. Good job, guys. Okay, so I always love having fun in the chat. Bill Wheel, I deleted your comment because of what it said. I want to enlighten you on your idea of Yahusha. That's great. His name was Yahusha. Is Yahusha. His name is Jesus. His name is not made of letters, buddy. Do you get it? It's not made of a pile of letters in any language. So, an example is the prophet Isaiah, son of Amos, that wrote the book of Isaiah. There's a book called The Ascension of Isaiah. And in that book, Isaiah learns that the Son of God, that his name would be Jesus in the world. And that nobody that's dwelling in the flesh can even hear his name. So the whole controversy of Yahusha, Yeshua, all the different names that people have found, however they come by him, I know that Jesus is the Son of God. And it's not a Nephilim name, and it's not a Freemason name, and it's not a Vatican name. No. In 2021, in the world, the Son of God has many names. I mean, the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, the Way, the Truth, the Life. How many names does he have? He has lots of names. The book of Revelation, he's probably got 30 names in that book. And you know what it says? Here's one thing, and I'm not picking on you, Bill, you know I love you. Here's the one thing that I would caution anybody that's interested in saying names, or what Bill said. I'm gonna read your message, Bill, and you guys will understand why I deleted it. His name is not capital N-O-T, Jesus. It's Yahusha. Jesus is one of Nimrod's 70 names. Okay, first of all, show me where Nimrod is named Jesus. And secondly, you don't believe the Son of God, his own testimony from heaven? Because he actually said that nobody knows his name but he himself. And his name is called the Word of God. So I think it's very not a good idea to walk around saying his name's not Jesus. I think it would be better for you to say, I believe his name's Yahusha, so I refer to him and know him as Yahusha. But to say his name's not Jesus, especially when you come to my channel, you got to understand what that looks like from my point of view. You're saying that the God that I follow and his son, that you're saying that that's a different Son of God than you know what I'm saying? We're all talking about the Son of God, the Son of the creator of this world. That's who we're talking about, Jesus, Yahusha. Whatever you want to call him, we're talking about the creator of this world. The Word of God, he spoke these things and created them suddenly. 6 days. So I think, Bill, we're in agreement on everything. But I'm just trying to say it's probably not a good idea to go around saying his name's not Jesus, because nobody, it's in Revelation 19, you can go read it yourself. Nobody knows his name but he himself. And then it says his name is called the Word of God, and I don't really even know what that means, but I will quote it and say that that's what the truth is. His name's called the Word of God. That doesn't mean I have to understand it. So I hope you get what I'm saying, Bill. No, okay, Bill says, Greek letters making Jesus is 660 plus 6. Okay, so that you make up some numbers. That's great. What does that even mean? Greek letters making Jesus is 660 plus 6. So you're saying if I go to Google and I type in 660 plus 6 in Greek, it's going to tell me Jesus? Should I try that? I don't think it will. Pretty sure it won't. So that's one of those things that I don't get into it very much. But his name was never changed, question the answers. I don't think his name was ever changed. If you look at a 1611 King James Bible, what's his name? Isis. Well, let's see here. Let's go to the Greek. I'm just going to go to Google and see what Jesus... see what we get here. Whoops, I'm on images. No, that's images. Jesus is a this is what Wikipedia says. Jesus is a masculine given name derived from the name Iesvis in classical Latin, Iesis, Greek. So it doesn't say 600 and plus 60 plus 6 or whatever. Not at all. It says the Greek form of the Hebrew Aramaic name Yahusha or Yeshua. So that's just Wikipedia, of course. Hebrew Yeshua versus the Greek Jesus. Strong's Greek 2424 is Iesus, Jesus or Joshua. The name of the Messiah. So I don't really know where you're getting 6. Do you get what I'm saying? You're saying that's not made up, but pretty sure I got to tell you it's made up. So maybe I'll try Greek 600 space 60 plus plus 6. See what we get. Number of the beast. The number of the beast is associated with the beast of Revelation. Greek numerals represent 600, represent 60, represent 6. Sorry, it doesn't say anything about Jesus there. I'm looking. Not seeing nothing, Bill. Sorry. Maybe, tell you what, Bill, if you have a link to this information, I'll give you a wrench for you to put the link in there. I know you. I trust you. You're a good guy. But yeah, if you have a link, just flag me in the chat here, and I'll give you a wrench if you got something. See, if you think about it, what did Jesus' mother call him? She probably called him Yahusha. Yahusha. And then she spoke a different language, but she probably called him Yahusha. But in 2021, what's his name? Yeshua? Yeshua? Yahusha? Right? Jesus? Christ? Dwayne Glore says JC didn't speak Greek. So great to have these conversations, brother. Yeah, I think it's all important to at least talk about it. Like, you know that I'm always like, I believe what I believe, but I'm not trying to say that Bill Wheel can't believe what he wants to believe. Yeah, I don't think I'm in agreement with Tiger Bear. I don't see Nimrod. Nimrod is Nimrod's name. King Nimrod. His name isn't Jesus, by any means, as far as I have ever read or anything. Let's see. Ijersic says, welcome, by the way. It says Yahusha equals God and Yahushua equals Jesus, allegedly. I like both methods. Okay, there you go. Anthony, welcome. Good to see you, bro. After we're a look at Jesus in the Strong's Concordance. Ah, that's a good idea. Let's see, how do we do that? I wonder if I can just type in a word. Strong's. Oh, there we go. Oops. In Greek, right? You said Greek? Yeah, or I guess I'll look in the Greek because I don't think. Let's see what it says in the Greek. Strong's Greek 24:24. Isis, Jesus or Joshua. And then there's, let's see, a Nazarene, an inhabitant of Nazareth, a Savior, deliverer. That's Strong's 4990. Jesus Christ, who saves believers from their sins. Am I not hitting the right? Maybe I'm not hitting the right thing. Okay, Bill says, let me explain. When Constantine mixed paganism with Christianity, did not the translators change Yahweh to the Lord over 6,000 times? Don't you think it's possible they changed Yahusha's name? Well, we know that his name didn't change, but there's many tongues. There's many different tongues. If you go, like some parts of the world, they'll call him Yeshua, and it's the same. They're saying Jesus. Bill Wheel says Isis sounds very similar to ISIS. Yeah, it's spelled IESOUS. So that's what's in the 16. Actually, that's Anthony Dickinson right there. Thank you again. Bought me and sent me a gift of a 1611 King James Bible. Thank you, Anthony. And that's in there. His name's Isis, or that's the way I say it anyway. Jursic says Bill is correct, but I feel like Jesus wouldn't really mind. Well, I think Jesus would mind if you're going around telling people, no, his name's not Jesus. Like, that's one thing that Austin Whitsitt does that I don't like that Austin Whitsitt does, but I like Austin Whitsitt. I'm not saying anything against him. I'm just saying I totally disagree on that. Your research doesn't, how do I say it? Your research doesn't change his name. So you can research a lot of things. A lot of people think they research Freemasonry and think that Freemasonry is hiding the shape of the earth, or that the Jesuits are hiding the shape of the earth. There, you can do a lot of research, but you can end up going in your own direction. That's my thought. Question the answer says, would they call you Jose in Mexico or still call you Joe? That's a good question. I think they would call me Jose. I don't really know, though. And I think that there's a lot of different tongues in this world. I mean, some, like, I'm just trying to think of, because I don't know a lot of people that speak a different language, or maybe I do that speak a different language, but most of the people I know speak English. Sometimes I work with people that don't speak English, but we still can communicate really clearly. It's not that difficult. But yeah, I don't really know what they would say. And Dwayne Glors says, we may never know, LOL. Let me end the whole name conversation. Not because I want to end it, but just to put it in a clear way, the way I see it. And I'm not saying I have clarity that you don't have or something. I'm just saying that the Word of God is very clear to me. And let's see, Revelation, what is that, 19. I just want to read you what it says. He gives us a bunch of names for him. Let's see. And I saw heaven opened, and behold, a white horse, and he that sat upon him was called Faithful and True. That's his name, right? And in righteousness he doth judge and make war. His eyes were as a flame of fire, and on his head were many crowns, and he had a name written that no man knew but he himself. So that's my stance. I believe this testimony of Jesus Christ, or of Yahushua HaMashiach. However you want to say his name is fine. When you pray to however you know him. If you know him as Yahusha, then you know him as Yahusha, and you pray to him. Same person, same God, same Son of God, right? Yes, question the answers. That's a good point. Thankfully, he knows when we call his name. And actually, and thank you, Bill. Bill says, not trying to divide, want to get curiosity for people to research. And I can't say no to that. I can't say there's anything wrong with that. Zoraida Conde says, Nimrod is Apollo. Gilgamesh, the Lord Pakal here in the Americas. Anthony says, Afterworld, I'd really like some feedback from you about my presentation last Saturday about the Tower of Babel being the cause of the mud floods. When you get time, brother. Yes, I have some thoughts on that, actually. We'll have to get on the phone or something. I did listen to that, and to be honest, I was so distracted by Vader Bear, he would not let go of... I just got to say this, Anthony, because I think you're probably... We're maybe like even a little frustrated. I don't know, but Vader Bear just would not let go. He didn't understand. We're gonna go there. Let me talk about this. Maybe Vader Bear will watch it someday. Nimrod didn't make up one language for the world. Okay, I agree with what you said, Anthony. The language was there. There wasn't all these different languages until God confounded the language at the tower. So when it says, okay, what was happening there, Vader was having trouble, or not trouble, I should say. Vader was wondering about why it said 2 times that they were all of one language and one tongue. And it's so simple to me. If I told you a story, okay, here's my story. It was an abundant time in the world, and Anthony was picking his crops, and they were very abundant in the world. Whatever you get it, like it's giving a setting to the story and saying that's how it starts it out, I think. I'm going to actually go there. What is that, Genesis 11, is it? I think it's Genesis 11, unless I'm having like a brain fart. Yeah. So it's starting out the story, giving some settings. It's setting the story, and it's saying it says, and the whole earth was of one language and of one speech. And it came to pass. So it's just giving you information about what the situation is. Just like I said, like if someone said, it was a cold winter night and they were sledding in the, you're giving a setting. So it says, and it came to pass, as they journeyed from the east, they found a plain in the land of Shinar, and they dwelt there. And they said to one another, go, let us make brick and burn them thoroughly. And they had brick for stone and slime, and they had for mortar. And they said, okay, so then it says, the Lord came down to see the city and tower which the children of men builded. And the Lord said, behold, the people is one, and they all have one language, and this they begin to do. The Lord was speaking to the angels that came down with him. So that's why he said, let us go down and there confound their language, that they may not understand one another's speech. So it's just part of the story that's being told. It's not some weird thing, I don't think. It's just simply they're giving a setting before the story, and then they tell the story. And in the story, the Lord told the angels, look at this. The people is one. Okay? So that was my thoughts there. I couldn't get past, it seemed to me that you got about 35 seconds to tell your story. And then it was like, all right, on to the next thing. So it didn't feel like you actually got a chance to... I know you said that's pretty much, you got through everything that you were... that was on your list or on your page that you had written down. But I know that when you keep getting stopped, this happens to me while I'm working. I'm like distracted easily. And this happens, you guys see this happen to me all the time on my channel. I'll get distracted and then I'll totally lose where the thing I was talking about, and I'll start talking about something else. And then I'm kind of like disappointed in the back of my mind. I'm like, I really don't know what I was talking about. But so it felt like you were kind of being interrupted, and I was listening the whole time, trying to listen to what you were saying. And I think, I don't know, I don't really, see too much in the mud flood thing myself. Like I was looking at, there was a recent, and this was not even that long ago, they found a bunch of stuff buried in mud, and it was actually like a overflow of, it was like a flooding, like a local flood that happened, and it covered all this stuff with mud. And then it was just forgotten or whatever. And then they just found it recently. But, or let's see here. Anthony says, thank you more, and please leave input on my presentation in the second hour. I'm not sure what you mean by the second hour. Or is that what that link's for? Let me just do this. I'm going to open that link. Whoops, that just brought me to my Creator Studio, so that's not the right link. Or I mean that, it's probably just the way I'm doing it. Anyway, let's see here. Sky Roger, welcome. What's that link for? That's what I was asking, Bill. Tiger Bear says, the church was here before Scripture or any translation of Scripture. Well, I guess I don't know about that. I mean, Adam was here, and it wasn't very long till Enoch. It was 7 generations till Enoch was here, and Enoch started writing books. So Scripture was pretty early. And Moses, I don't know, I don't really know all the timelines and all that, but yeah, Anthony, that was good. I totally get what you're saying. Like if the tower fell, it could be it could probably blow all over the place and put dust and whatever all over the place. But I don't know, like the mud flood thing. I mean, I don't really see any proof for mud flood. I see some buildings that are buried in mud. That doesn't mean that the whole world had some mud flood or something, or some great reset or whatever. I just don't think too much of that. I don't think our history's hidden. I don't think that it's been, I think it's just simply history that, and it's probably not very accurate in every way, Bill says, yes, Adam could be considered the church. There you go. So maybe I was wrong there. I see what you're saying. So Ray Conda says, Africa, check yourself. Yeah, Adam, or wait, let's see here. Here's the documentary about the Greek letters for 600. Oh, Graham said it, and then it retracted. So maybe it's not the right one or something. Good to see you, Graham. And Grace Styles, good to see you. And wow, this is a 3-hour stream. Way to go. Okay, more videos. I just had to talk about that because Bill, I don't like deleting your comment, but I just had to on that because I don't feel that that's, I don't know how to say it. I just don't like the idea of saying, no, his name's not Jesus. You could say his name's Yahusha, and I'll agree with you all day long. You know what I mean? His name is Yahusha to many people, and his name is Jesus to many people. And we're talking about the very same Son of God, the Word that declared this creation that we live in. All right, so the demons of Arabia, the winds, the demon of the wind. Have you guys heard of that? Whew. I don't even know if I want to play that. I'm gonna. This is the Testament of Solomon. This is crazy.
Again, in those days, there came to me a letter from Adares, the king of the Arabians, saying, to King Solomon, greeting, we have heard of the wisdom that has been given to thee, and that thou art a compassionate man, and that thou hast power over all spirits that are in the air, or on the earth, or under the earth. Now be it known to thee that there is a destroying spirit in this land, for every day at dawn there arises a wind which blows for 3 hours, and it is so venomous that everyone on whom it blows dies.
Whoa, everyone on whom this wind blows dies. This venomous wind, okay? Gotta listen really carefully to this story. Anthony, thank you. Totally something that's very important. Anthony says it's the so-called Great Reset I'm trying to debunk. It's a totally false doctrine that leads to preterism and ultimately to lawlessness. Totally agree with you. Totally. You know what? It's just these, we're living in the times. We got to consider this too. Question the answers is drop their phone. Lucky it still works. Good it still works. Thank you, Bill Wheel. I agree. I should word it differently, like, I don't trust the transliterated name Jesus. There's nothing wrong with that. I agree with that. Or not agree with it. I'm saying I think that's none of my business what you trust about whatever name. That's to yourself, and if you want to state that, I have no problem with that. I think that's great. But yeah, so I think we're on the same page where you see what I was kind of saying is like, that's kind of like, kind of out there to be saying not. You know what I mean? Thank you, Tiger Bear. Let's see here. Paul Levi, what's up? He who walks with wise men will be wise, but the companion of fools will be destroyed. QTA might be having a hard time with his phone. No, I'm just kidding. Coffeehouse Theology, I do not follow people who teach against Jesus. Me too. I actually follow Jesus. But at the same time, me and Bill Wheel follow the same Son of God. And Bill calls him something else. But we all know that he made this world, and we know who we're talking about. So it is kind of a silly debate, isn't it? When we really think about it. It's almost like, whoa. Okay, a name is a name is a name is a name. Like I said, there's like 30 names that he's given in the book of Revelation that he gives us of him. And then he says, nobody knows my name but me. So I think it's very interesting. Let's see here. Homestead, Wyoming. Have a blessed evening, Joe and chat. Gotta run. Morning comes early on the farm. Yes, it does. Morning always comes early. You don't have to be on a farm. I'm just kidding. So say here, you know what I'm going to start doing is I'm going to start saying, if you like this video, give it a thumbs up. Because it seems like the more thumbs up, the more people, the more views the video gets. So who knows? Let's see here. Follow the teachings, not the man. This realm is interesting. I love your videos, Joe. Oh, good. Thank you. I'm glad you hopefully get something out of them or whatever. Or at least they make you think. Ooh, question the answers. A little cracked screen protector, but all still works. Ooh, good. So you had a protector on there. That's good. I've got one of those big cases on mine. It's a Otter box. And it's got like a nice belt clip that you can snap it right into. True, Graham. Those aren't proper names. They are his attributes. But when it says he is called faithful and true, that's sort of like a name. I mean, it's not his name, because his name is actually, I think, more like his dominion or his kingdom, you know, or I don't really know how to put that to words quite right. But morning comes early for a carpenter too. I'll be there when your morning comes. I'll be the carpenter. I'll be hammering away. I'll be the one that gives you your morning. You'll wake up from my hammer going bam, bam, bam. I've also heard the name Yahshua means to erase. So I stick with Yahusha. The Shua in Yeshua means erase. Really? Interesting. Well, what would you have if you erased the Shua? You'd have Yah, right? I'm just kidding. So back to this video. So there's this venomous wind that's over in Arabia, and King Solomon is like in charge of demons. Like they'll do it. They have to obey him. So, and the world knows this. So these people in Arabia, they're desperate. They sent him a letter. So that's where we're at. Check this out.
And it kills the cattle also. Now therefore we entreat thee in thy wisdom to devise some means, and if it may be, send us a man who can capture the spirit. And if thou canst do so, then I and my people will be tributary unto thee, and Arabia shall keep peace with thee. And we beseech thee, make not light of our petition, for we are in a great strait. And so farewell. When I had read this letter, I folded it up again and gave it to my chief counselor, saying, Bring it again to my remembrance after 7 days. Then I thought upon the matter, and after the 7 days I called one of my servants and said to him, Make ready a camel, and get an empty wineskin. And he did so. Now the wineskin was made of a whole hide of a beast, so that it had the upper parts of the 4 legs remaining upon it, the legs being sewn up, and the neck open. I said to him further, Take this ring, and go into Arabia, to the place where the venomous wind blows, and take the skin, and hold the ring in front of the mouth of the skin towards the wind, so that the wind shall blow through the ring. And when the skin is blown up, you will know that the demon is inside it. Then hasten and tie up the neck of the skin, and seal it with the ring, and put it upon the camel, and bring it to me. But if on the way the demon promise you gold and silver and treasures to let him go, see that you do not obey him, but rather make him reveal to you where the treasures are hid, and mark the places, and come on to me. Now go, and good success be with you. So my servant set out and came to Arabia, and the men of the country doubted much whether he could capture the spirit. But when the day was dawning, even the first day after his coming, he rose up and set the skin with its mouth towards the wind, and laid the ring in the mouth of it. And the wind blew through the ring, and entered into the skin, and puffed it up. And the man caught the neck of the skin, and closed it, and sealed it with the ring in the name of the Most High. Then he abode yet 3 days in the place to make trial of his success. But the poisonous wind blew no more, so that all the Arabians were assured that the demon was safely shut up. And they rejoiced greatly, and gave him many precious gifts, and did him great honor. And when he set forth to come back to me, they accompanied him to their borders. So he brought the skin back to Jerusalem, and put it in the midst of the temple. Now at this time I, Solomon, was somewhat troubled, because I had a great stone made ready to be placed upon the corner of the temple, and none of my workmen and none of the demons were able to lift it and set it in its appointed place. But I was exceedingly desirous to put it there, because it was of such beauty and excellence. And on the morning after my servant was come back out of Arabia, I went down to the temple, thinking by what means I could lift the stone. And as I entered the temple, I saw the skin, and it rose up and hopped 7 paces, and fell on its face, and did obeisance to me. And I marveled, and bade it stand up, and it stood on its feet, puffed up with wind. Then I asked, Who are you? And a voice answered me from within the skin, I am Ephippus, who dwell in Arabia. And I said, What can you do? And it answered, I can overturn kings' palaces, and wither the green trees of the wood, and I can move mountains. Then I said, Are you able to move this stone, and lift it up, and set it upon the corner of the temple? And it said, Not only can I do so, O king, but if I have the demon that is in the Red Sea to help me, I can bring up the great pillar that is there, and set it in whatever place you command. So I said, Lift up the cornerstone. And the skin first of all became flattened, as if the wind was gone out of it, and slipped itself under the stone, and then it blew itself out again, so that the stone was lifted up upon its back, and it walked upon its stumps, bearing the stone to the ladder, and climbed up, and set the stone safely in its place upon the corner of the temple, and I was greatly rejoiced, and all Jerusalem with me. After that I sent Ephippus to fetch to me the demon that is in the Red Sea, and commanded them to bring with them the great pillar. And after a while I saw the pillar being borne through the air, and was astonished at the strength of the 2 demons. And when I considered with myself how mighty they were, and how they could shake the whole world in a moment of time, I feared to let them go. I made therefore a circle about them in the air with my ring, and said, "Stay there." And the demons stayed, holding the pillars sloping between heaven and earth. And there they are to this day. And if anyone looks, he can see the pillars sloping in the heavens, but the demons he cannot see. But when they let fall the pillar, then will be the end of the world.
To blaspheme his name, and his tabernacle, and them that dwell in heaven.
And if anyone looks, he can see the pillars sloping in the heavens, but the demons he cannot see. But when they let fall the pillar, then will be the end of the world. And if anyone looks, he can see the pillars sloping in the heavens, but the demons he cannot see. But when they let fall the pillar, then will be the end of the world.
You guys see a pillar sloping in the heavens? I do. See it all the time. All the time. So, oh yeah, subscribe if you haven't. And this one's going out for Tony from Coffee House Theology. A reminder from Tony that some of us, when you're covering your face, some of us just have a hard time, okay? Let me explain. Like, I could talk really loud, but if I cover my mouth...
Oh, it's because I'm distanced from you. You'd probably have a hard time hearing from me right now. Should I have a mask on and that be muffled?
Mr. President,
you're going to have to take that off, please. You're very muffled, so if you would take it off, it would be a lot easier.
Okay.
I can't hear you!
Hello, there it is.
Yes.
I can't hear you. I said I can't hear you.
I can't hear you.
I can hear you.
I can't hear you.
You're very muffled.
I can't hear you.
I can't hear you.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Oh, it's because...
Oh, that wasn't even the right version, you guys. I grabbed the wrong video. It was way funnier at the end. I might have to find that other one. But check this out. Since we're on the subject of what Bill Wheel just said there, face diapers. Face diety-doities. Do I gotta change your diety? Let's go, Brandon. Masked hysteria. This world, like, I don't talk about this stuff because this channel already has seen some problems because of me opening my mouth just a little too big. And I don't even say anything. But it's like they rate your channel, what you talk about or something. And then they kind of hit you based on that or something. I really don't know. But this video has been uploaded on my channel. It hasn't gotten me a strike, so let's play it again.
Wow, this gonna be first.
Upgrade the vaccines just makes common sense. One layer, you put another layer on it.
You're going to have to take that off, please.
You have a physical covering with double masking.
You're very muffled.
Upgrade the vaccine. Double masking. You have a physical covering with one layer. You put another layer on it. Just makes common sense.
Excuse me, sir. Why are you not wearing a mask?
I have numerous complex systems which could be adversely affected. Don't mention it.
This is your brain on the mask. Any questions?
And they keep touching their face.
This is what happens to your brain after
The mask.
This is what your body goes through.
With masks.
Wait, it's not over yet. This is what your family goes through. Your friends, money, love, back to the future, and your life. Any questions?
And he caused all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark in their right hand or in their foreheads, and that no man might buy or sell save he that had the mark or the name of the beast or the number of his name. Here is wisdom. Let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666, to receive a mark in their right hand or in their foreheads, and that no man might buy or sell save he that had the mark or the name of the beast or the number of his name.
Workers will be sent home and you will not be allowed in.
Normal temperature. Normal temperature. Normal temperature. Normal temperature. High temperature.
All right, listen to this. A local Chinese restaurant is taking drastic measures to keep the staff and customers from the coronavirus. So no one is allowed to be seated without a temperature check. So the temperature check may be the new norm as this virus continues to spread.
Passed out probably 6 times in the past 6 weeks.
You have to move back. You have to remember your spacing. Move back. That's too close. If you can touch the person in front of you, that means you're way too close. If you can touch the person in front of you, you can touch the person in front of you. You can touch the person in front of you, that means you're way too close.
For some reason, there's a little more left here. I have a video called I Can't Hear You, but it's the right version. I'm going to play that right after this. See what this is. Oh, it's just another outro. Okay, here we go.
Oh, it's because I'm distanced from you. You'd probably have a hard time hearing from me right now should I have a mask on and that be muffled.
Mr. President,
You're going to have to take that off, please. You're very muffled, so if you would take it off, it would be a lot easier.
Okay.
I can't hear you!
Hello, there it is.
Yes.
I can't hear you. I said I can't hear you.
I can't hear you.
I can hear you!
I can't hear you. You're very muffled.
I can't hear you.
I can't hear you.
I can't hear you! I can't hear you!
There we go. That was the right one. See how much better music makes things? Why is that? I can't hear you. That was Sergeant Carter. Sergeant Carter. I can't talk like Gomer. What an awesome show. Remember well that yeah, good stuff. So where was I? There was something I was gonna show you or say. What in the world am I doing? I totally lost my my mind right there. Oh, that's what I was doing. Anthony said something in the chat, and I was gonna show you guys something. Anthony says, "I wonder if that preacher guy can still jump up on his pulpit with his mask on." I'm trying to find something, Anthony. Give me just a second. It might be worth it. I think I got a little clip for you. Maybe. Pretty sure I do. So when I say that, a lot of times it means that it's going to be a second till there's anything on the screen besides what's on the screen. But I'm almost positive that I have that. Thank you, Graham Coven, if you're still listening. I appreciate that. Let's see, where is this guy? Oh man, maybe it's not where I think it is, but it should be. Oh. Oh, horrible video I made. Oh, am I actually going to play this? No. I don't know if I'm going to do this. Wow. You know, it's interesting how much how much time changes things, you know? Wait a minute. Hold on a minute. Okay. Okay. Yep, I'm not going to play that. I couldn't find the one I was looking for anyway. But I did get some ideas while I was looking. Give me one moment, please. Do you guys feel like watching me play with CGI? I feel like playing with some CGI. Let's get this thing rolling. I don't know why. Whoa! Sorry, I didn't know it had sound. You guys know who that is? Let's see here. So we got to get some green screen going. Okay, so like I was going to end the stream, but I just am sitting here still, so I'm not. Because I actually, during one of the videos, I went and used the bathroom, so I'm all good to go. Let's see here. Green screening. Do you guys want to see my screen so you can see what I'm doing? Maybe that'd be fun. I don't know, just for fun. Let's see here. Let me get you... How do I do that? Oh, I can't do that. Or can I? If I go to desktop, then I can't have video. So yeah, I can't do that. I just got to show you that. You're just going to see that, I guess. Now, so let's play with it. Let's go, oops, back to green screen. And I'm going to pick the green color. Ooh, there's some stars there now. Look at that, star trails. But let's change that to what do we want to drive on in space? Let's see. We could drive on... It's got to be something that's like fits, you know. I couldn't put like a person there. That would be dumb. I just saw this and I just wanted to do something. Where is... Okay. Earth stuff, maybe? Looking for a video of... We could always have him driving towards the solar eclipse, I guess. But did I pause it? It's supposed to be playing. Oh, there we go. Do. Okay, that's kind of boring. I'll just show you some of the things that are easy to do and are fun to do. Let's see here. We need some... Oh, I remember. Okay. Let me find a really quick clip if I can find it. Because there is something funny that I made that I don't know if I... Well, actually, yeah. I think I did upload it a long time, like maybe 2 years ago. 2 years ago, probably. And not quite sure where I keep it. Give me a minute. Oh, I'm pretty sure I know where it is. But I don't think I want to play the whole thing. But I would play part of it. We did get a complaint from Greta. She's been in some recent videos. She's...
TV channel.
Whoops.
How did I end up on the effed up well TV channel? I didn't sign up for this.
Sorry, Greta. You have a contract. I'm just kidding. Okay, going back to... Well, we have a lot of fun files right here. If we took the time to go through these, you guys would... Your stomachs would be... Oh, wait a minute. Anthony, got it right here for you, buddy. I don't know what is in this clip, but let's check it out. There we go. He's up. Oh, we're still green screening. Oh, cool. Let's green screen. I got an idea. Let's see what happens if I green screen him. Let's do this blue back here. Or no, let's do the green. Here. Okay. Oops, that didn't work. Okay, the green. No, that didn't work. Sorry, I'm working on it. Okay, give me a minute. This is going to be good. We'll have to do some adjustments, but this will be good. Let's see. How do I do it? Where is this? Green screen, browse. Okay. So where did I just find that file? It was in funny. Okay, I got it, you guys. I'm just having fun. What happens if we put him green screening behind him? What happens? Is there going to be two of him? Hold on a minute. Let's do this right here. Yeah, there's two of them. Oh, this will be great. If I just do some adjustment. Hold on a minute. He's following himself. Do you guys see that? Let me change a few things here. Okay. Okay, I gotta time it different. Let me try something else. Okay. Space hardened tires. That's a video we could watch. We could also watch Super Space Hero 2018. What do you think of that? Okay, now we should get some different timing. Oh, it's about the same. Okay. Anyway, that was funny. Hold on, I got more. Let's do this. I'm probably going to embarrass myself by showing you guys old videos and things. There's some like some of these are just off the wall. Like some of them, I'm sure I uploaded most of these, but you know, it was a long time ago. Here, this one's a little better about that pastor. Oh man, nanosecond Don Pettit, Lone Scum Elon Musk. Michelle Thaler says the Earth is flat. Let's see here. Shooting globes. Do you guys want to hear Pastor Anderson sing? Pastor Anderson's the one that was just jumping on, or he's still jumping on there, huh? Let's do this. Let's listen to that guy sing.
Miami bar.
Fake works, fake works, fake works, fake works, fake works. Let's turn that green screen off. Let's put it that green screen. Why does it sound so horrible? Okay, hold on. Is that sound just horrible for you guys? It's horrible for me. Maybe my headphone? I don't know what's going on. Oh. I think I bumped my headphone volume all the way up. Okay, let me get... Because I was just thinking this could be kind of fun. We could make something here. Just it's funny. Everything we do on this... hold on a minute. Okay, we're gonna get off of the Pastor Anderson stuff. We're gonna get on something else. Hold on. Do we want? I got an idea. We need people. We need people. Oh, by the way, maybe you guys have seen this. We'll watch this real quick. Flatten the curve.
Now again, this is the great curve.
Oh, you know what? It must have something to do with the green screen or something. Maybe if I turn that off. I don't know what's going on.
Plus or minus.
Can you guys hear the audio? I can't hear the audio. Let me see. Maybe my program's giving out. Let's see here. Audio. Let's try playing some music. That works. Actually, the sound is not good. Oh, my headphone was unplugged part way. Sorry, guys. Oh, okay, here's a fun one. I'm going to do something that's probably more fun. More fun. Let's, NASA. We got some NASA stuff. Oh boy. Should we actually watch this? I don't know if I should play this. Super Space Hero 2018 or Super Space Hero 2. These are all video. Okay, Nanosecond Dawn. NASA's Ballin'. Oh, Disastrous. I won't say the other ones probably. Flat Earth. Fake News. Come and Play. Oh, what's this one? Let's watch this one. This is an old one. This is like a Trump one.
Just as the United States was the first nation to reach the moon in the 20th century, so too will we be the first nation to return astronauts to the moon in the 21st century.
Sure you will.
Well, how do you plan to get there? In this trash can?
We're dreaming big.
Well, now I've seen everything.
And it'll get more and more obvious as you go along.
Yep, it does, doesn't it? That's great. Come and play. Everything's A-okay. Ooh. Prophecy being fulfilled in 2018. Should we watch that? Let's watch it.
And now Elon Musk is the card. But Elon Musk is sending up huge rockets into the space, right?
I'll read this. And I beheld another beast coming up out of the earth, and he had 2 horns like a lamb, and he spake as a dragon. Oh, look at that. Falcon 9 speaks as a dragon. Dragon spacecraft. That's the guy that owns it.
He's sending these rockets up. Do you know what he plans to do next?
And he doeth great wonders, so that he maketh fire come down from heaven on the earth in the sight of men, and deceiveth them that dwell on the earth by the means of those miracles which he had power to do in the sight of the beast.
He's going to put people on them and send them up to the moon. The people that have the money, they're going to go up to the moon. What are they going to do? They're going to look out the windows and photograph the earth. Think of all these people that are going to be going up.
John 3, verses 12 through 13, this is Jesus saying, If I have told you earthly things and ye believe not, how shall ye believe if I tell you of heavenly things? And no man hath ascended up to heaven, but he that came down from heaven,
And
even
this
the
is a
Son
few
of
years,
Man.
it's not long in the future.
Whoops. It said, even the Son of Man which is in heaven. And then I'll just rewind a little. Okay, guys, put in the chat. Do you like it when I read those verses, or do you like it when I just let them display on the screen? 1, if you like me to read them. 2, if it's better sometimes for them to just be on the screen. Just curious.
Years, it's not long in the future. And they're going to be photographing this round, blue, beautiful planet out here in space. Thousands of photographs and videos from the space station as it moved in the heavens above the earth. It such a magnificent sight, it took his breath away. Right now, you can log on to the internet if you want to, and you can go to the International Space Station, the ISS.
All right, we got Tony said read it, and then Ijersic, I don't know if I'm saying that right. Sorry if I'm not. JJ says 1 or 420. Maybe they're the same. And when they have finished their testimony, shall have finished their testimony, the beast that ascendeth out of the bottomless pit shall make war against them, shall overcome them and kill them. Oof, that doesn't sound good.
And you can get a live feed from that space station. Right now, you can watch it as it moves across the face of the earth.
You know what that reminds me of? Who is able to make war with him? Or, yeah. Who can fight against the beast, or what does it say? This is what happens when you tell somebody that the earth is flat. Like, think about that. It said that the beast... Okay, we're going back. Okay, listen to what he says.
Above the earth. It such a magnificent sight, it took his breath away.
So he's given the testimony of some astronaut or something. Some man. Remember what Romans, I think 3 verse 4 says. Let every man be a liar, or let God be true, and every man a liar. We're liars. But we don't want to be. God's true. The Word of God is true. And Bill Wheel, just so you know, you were successful in making me cringe when you talked about the 9-volt battery. He says, I would think lightning tastes like a 9-volt battery on the tongue, only crispier. And yeah, that made me cringe, and it just did again. I think I got goosebumps from that. Ugh. Electricity, getting, like... every once in a while I'll be working in a kitchen or something and there's a hot wire there or whatever, and I've had a couple times where I just bumped it with my arm and that thing just latches on, it feels like, and it just zaps you, right? Oh, it's crazy. And then same thing happened when we were working on the shop too. When we were putting the tin on the outside of the shop, we didn't have it grounded or whatever, and I got zapped so hardcore I dropped the whole piece of tin, dented the corner of it, and I screamed out too. I went, "Wah!" I didn't even try. It shocked me so bad. That's just an awful feeling. Bill Wheel says, where the bottomless pit, Joe? Well, it all depends on who you listen to. Because basically, there's a lot of prophets that wrote books, say apocryphal books. Let me play one for you, Bill. I'm glad you brought that up. There's a good book that I've read it on my channel, but it's called The Vision of St. Paul the Apostle. And there's a little, if you read it or listen to it or whatever, there's maybe you've read it, I don't know. So then, let's see here, where is that? It's going to be, let me find something. St. Paul was taken up, remember he was taken up to the third heaven, Paul the Apostle. Saul, Paul, that Paul. And he was taken up to the third, well, he said he knew a man that was taken up to the third heaven. I think he was referring to himself, but I don't think it actually says that. But he was taken up to the third heaven. And he wrote about it. And he wrote about what he saw when he went up there. Let me see if I can find this. It is called In the Firmament. So the angel told him to look back on the firmament and just check this out. Yeah, it ascendeth out of the bottomless pit. Yes, comes up out of the bottomless pit. And Bill, just to explain my thoughts before I play this video, what I actually think is happening is the key to the bottomless pit and all that. I think that is going into space and going into orbit is what I mean, or like going to the moon. What's happening is they're actually going sideways, which we all know. And a lot of people doubt the speed that they go, but they go up out of the air and they go sideways. And what they think is happening is that they're going so fast that they're just falling around the curvature, but they're never hitting it. You know what I mean? So the gravity's pulling them in. That's what they're saying. That's a good question, Sprite Lightning. I know nothing about it. I mean, I'm like, it's cool and I like what it is, but I really don't know. It does look like it's coming down from a surface, doesn't it? I think it's the Testament of Levi. It says there was a great sea hanging up there. But so, Bill, anyway, the bottomless pit, I don't see it to be a place like we would say a location. It's all over the place in the sky where there's darkness. And what I mean is it's the solar system. Everything there is free falling perpetually. Like when they went to the moon, this is an example I always say, they didn't fly up to the moon. They flew up out of the air and then they went sideways and started orbiting the Earth. And then they free fell to the moon. They were in a state of free fall doing zero-G experiments all the way to the moon and all the way back. Anything that's in that place that they call space is in a perpetual falling state. So, like, here's the example. The space station, it's been up there 22 years, almost 23 years. And it's been falling the whole time, free falling. And it's never hit the bottom. And I gotta say, I don't think it will hit the bottom. Do you get what I'm saying? I think that the bottomless pit is a place of darkness that is only at the end of the world will men go there. That's what I think. Only at the end of the world. But here, check this video out. This is Paul, and I just, if you listen closely, it even kind of might even talk about the debate that's happening in the world. The science falsely so-called, the globe, and the truth about where we live might even be mentioned to Paul from the angel. Check this out.
Right now you can log on to the internet.
And the angel answered and said unto me, Follow me, and I will show you the place of the just, where they are led when they are deceased. And after these things, taking thee into the abyss, I will show thee the souls of sinners, and what sort of place they are led into when they have deceased. And I proceeded back after the angel, and he led me into heaven. And I looked back upon the firmament, and I saw in the same place power, and there was there oblivion, which deceives, and draws down to itself the hearts of men, and the spirit of detraction, and the spirit of fornication, and the spirit of madness, and the spirit of insolence. And there were there the princes of vices. These I saw under the firmament of heaven. And again I looked back, and I saw angels without mercy, having no pity, whose countenance was full of madness, and their teeth sticking out beyond the mouth. Their eyes shone like the morning star of the east, and from the hairs of their heads sparks of fire went out, or from their mouth. Okay, so did you hear what he said that he saw in the firmament? He saw evil spirits, tons of them. He saw, or he said, let's go back. And then I'll comment on what you guys are saying in the chat. But listen to what he said when he says, I looked back on the firmament. Are led into when they have deceased. Here we go. And I proceeded back after the angel, and he led me into heaven. And I looked back upon the firmament, and I saw in the same place power, and there was there oblivion, which deceives. So the first thing he said is that he saw in the same place power and oblivion, which deceives and draws down to itself the hearts of men. Okay, so it draws down to itself the hearts of men. So if you were where God's throne is, and you cast some angels down to hell, where would you be putting them? Is that specific? Are you going to be putting them on the earth, under the earth, or below at the very bottom of heaven? Is hell a spiritual place, or is it a physical and material place? I know the earth is a physical and material place, and there is the heart of the earth. There is I guess what I'm saying is I don't know. Here's what I do know, because there's some comments. Bill says, but problem, Joe, you're believing the people in NASA. No, Bill, I'm going to change that to the correct way to say it. Joe, you're actually paying attention to what happens in the sky, because you're not, Bill. And I'm not saying you're not, other than by you saying that I'm believing NASA. I don't need to believe NASA. Can you look up at the sky? And even in this chat already, someone, it was the Bubba News, he just saw the Starlink, the chain of Starlink satellites just the other day or something. Hell is physical? Angels physical? More physical than we are? No. They are spirits. Spirits of heaven. Okay? Let me read, I'm just going to share this with you, Bill. Because I know we've kind of talked about this quite a few times, haven't we? But let me show you something. In Enoch chapter 15, there's some info here for us that's interesting. Okay. So Enoch goes up to the throne of God, and it says, and he answered and said to me, and I heard his voice, fear not, Enoch, thou righteous man and scribe of righteousness, approach hither and hear my voice. And go say to the watchers of heaven, who have sent thee to intercede for them, you should intercede for men and not men for you. Wherefore, so he's addressing the angels right now, wherefore have ye left the high, holy, and eternal heaven, and lain with women, and defiled yourselves with the daughters of men, and taken to yourselves wives, and done like the children of earth, and begotten giants as your sons, and though ye were holy, spiritual, living the eternal life, you have defiled yourselves with the blood of women and have begotten children with the blood of flesh. And as the children of men have lusted after flesh and blood, and those also who do die and perish. Okay, I'm going to stop right there for a minute. This, I believe, is also what Jesus was rebuking the Sadducees about in Matthew 22 when they asked him about marriage after the resurrection. He explains that right here. And so he said to them, you don't know the scriptures. He said, you greatly err and don't know the scriptures nor the power of God. And then he explains to them that there's no marriage after the resurrection. Well, I think he was reading this. Check it out. Therefore have I given them wives also that they may impregnate them and beget children by them, that thus nothing might be wanting to them on earth. But you were formerly spiritual, living the eternal life and immortal for all generations of the world. And therefore I have not appointed wives for you. As for the spiritual ones of the heaven, in heaven is their dwelling. In heaven is their dwelling. And now the giants who were produced from the spirits and flesh shall be called evil spirits upon the earth, and on the earth shall be their dwelling. So the spirits of the giants stay on earth, and the spirits of heaven, which are when it says produced from the spirits and flesh, that would be the spirits part, which would be the fallen angels. It says, in heaven is their dwelling. And then it repeats that here. It says, evil spirits have proceeded from their bodies because they are born from men, and from the holy watchers is their beginning and primal origin. They shall be evil spirits on earth, and evil spirits shall they be called. As for the spirits of heaven, in heaven shall be their dwelling. So that's twice it says it in Enoch 15, that in heaven is their dwelling. So the fallen angels, they're spirits. And I'm not saying I understand this any more than anybody else does. Bill Wheel says, if spirits aren't physical, why they need UFOs, Vimanas, etc. No, that's the manifestation of them. The Falcon 9 rocket, the Dragon. Think about it, Bill. I know you said you're expecting like a flesh and blood dragon, but if you think about it, you just said it right there. Why they need UFOs, Vimanas, etc. Flying machines. They need flying machines. They have to get down. I'm not saying I understand it, but you know the dragon's tail cast a third of the stars down in Revelation 12, I think. Think about that. What would the dragon's tail be? That would be the Falcon 9 rocket. The 2-stage rocket that lifts Dragon into orbit. Up to heaven, or they think it is. But that's what it says in Isaiah 14, that they will be, it's Lucifer that says he's going to ascend into heaven and exalt his throne above the stars of God and ascend above the heights of the clouds and be like the Most High. And it says, but thou shalt be brought down to hell, to the sides of the pit. That's where they're being brought. Down to hell, to the sides of the pit. They go sideways to get there, and that's the only way to get there. It's like nearly impossible to get there because with the materials on the earth and its technology, that's why I think how I think that Testament of Solomon, what was he talking about? He was talking about great pillars being born through the air. The great pillar. And then he said he bound them there with his ring or whatever. Now, I don't know if this is true, but the concept is crazy. He bound them there, and then he said, and they're there till this day, and if you look up, you can see these that great pillar. And when the pillar comes down, it's the end of the world. That's his words. That's what King Solomon wrote. When they let down the pillar, then will be the end of the world. And guess what? That pillar that Elon Musk lets down, it makes fire come out of it. It makes fire come down from heaven on the earth in the sight of men. So, think about that. Satan's a dragon. Dragon is Satan, the devil, which deceiveth the whole world. And you guys are even aware of that. You know he does. The world believes in this dragon. It's going to bring them to Mars, and it's going to bring them all of these places because this world isn't good enough for them anymore. It's going to fail, or whatever they say. So, what I'm telling you guys is, don't be blind to the things going on because you think they're fake. Like I saw Bill also put that the footage that was playing of that shuttle footage of that tether or whatever, he said that was, what is it? It was up there a ways. Oh, this is a water slide in a microscope. But it's not, Bill. You might think that, and you might want it to be that, but it's not. It's footage that was taken from the space shuttle up in the sky, orbiting, quote unquote, the Earth. So, what I would say is, maybe you think that it's not that, but that's what it is. I'm not saying that it's, I guess what I'm saying is, I don't know if other people are going to believe what Paul told the Ephesians about our struggle, but I take that very seriously, what Paul told them. And in a nutshell, Paul told them we're not fighting against men, we're fighting against evil spirits in heaven. That's what Paul wrote. Cosmic powers of evil in the heavenly realm. That's what we're struggling against. And I can totally see that. That is our struggle. This on your screen, these planets, they draw down to themselves the hearts of men. And you know how they do that? Enoch chapter 19 says how they do that. Check this out. It's not only planets, but it's also other things, probably like comets and any of these other things we see. Enoch chapter 19 says, "And Uriel said to me, Here shall stand the angels who have connected themselves with women, and their spirits, assuming many different forms, are defiling mankind, and shall lead them astray into sacrificing to demons as gods. Here shall they stand till the day of the great judgment, in which they shall be judged till they are made an end of." Whew, scary. Oh, what does that mean, Bill? Yes, in second heaven, not in the pit yet. I don't know what you mean. So why do you say not rocket? You're just putting words in John's mouth, or what? I don't get it. John said he saw a dragon. It was what did he say? A fiery red dragon. Right? So I don't know why you would say not rocket. That's probably not a good idea. Oh, yeah, red dragon like China. Yep, there's other red dragon. But there's only one dragon that's ever flown in heaven, that's ever been up in the firmament. Think about that. The first time a dragon's ever flown up to space, or heaven, or sideways into a pit. So that's why I'm saying I just don't want you guys to be willingly ignorant and overlook these things. You might have the idea that the dragon's going to be a reptile. Maybe it will. But don't pass up the fact that the world believes in a dragon that's going to bring them to the future. Like, that's the dragon capsule, the whole thing. So anyway, yeah, these planets, they're going to assume many different forms and defile mankind. Okay, I'll play the rest of this video. And then I'm losing my voice here. Okay, here we go. And the spirit of detraction, and the spirit of fornication, and the spirit of madness, and the spirit of insolence. And there were there the princes of vices. These I saw under the firmament of heaven. And again I looked back, and I saw angels without mercy, having no pity, whose countenance was full of madness, and their teeth sticking out beyond the mouth. Their eyes shone like the morning star of the east, and from the hairs of their heads sparks of fire went out, or from their mouth. And I asked the angel, saying, Sir, who are those? And the angel answered and said unto me, These are those who are destined to the souls of the impious in the hour of need, who did not believe that they had the Lord for their helper, nor hoped in him. And he took me down from the third heaven, and led me into the second heaven. And again he led me on to the firmament, and from the firmament he led me over the doors of heaven. The beginning of its foundation was on a river which waters all the earth. And I asked the angel and said, Lord, what is this river of water? And he said to me, This is Oceanus. And suddenly I went out of heaven, and I understood that it is the light of heaven which lightens all the earth. For the land there is 7 times brighter than silver. And I said, Lord, what is this place? And he said to me, This is the land of promise. Hast thou never heard what is written? Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. The souls, therefore, of the just, when they have gone out of the body, are meanwhile dismissed to this place. Did you guys just hear what that said? That is so exciting to me. You know how we're learning about God's creation. I'll put it that way, okay? Did you know that he just said that the land of promise will be manifested before the time? Let's just listen to that carefully. Are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. The souls, therefore, of the just, when they have gone out of the body, are meanwhile dismissed to this place. And I said to the angel, whoops, I didn't go back far enough. Sorry, guys. Was on a river which waters all the earth. And I asked the angel and said, Lord, what is this river of water? And he said to me, This is Oceanus. And suddenly I went out of heaven, and I understood that it is the light of heaven which lightens all the earth. For the land there is 7 times brighter than silver. And I said, Lord, what is this place? And he said to me, This is the land of promise. Hast thou never heard what is written? Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. The souls, therefore, of the just, when they have gone out of the body, are meanwhile dismissed to this place. And I said to the angel, Then this land will be manifested before the time? And the angel answered and said to me, When Christ, whom thou preachest, shall come to reign, then, by the sentence of God, the first earth will be dissolved, and this land of promise will then be revealed. Did you guys hear that? So, Paul said to him, so this land of promise will be manifested before the time? And the angel said, go back a little bit. Therefore of the just, when they have gone out of the body, are meanwhile dismissed to this place. And I said to the angel, Then this land will be manifested before the time? And the angel answered and said to me, When Christ, whom thou preachest, shall come to reign, then, by the sentence of God. Okay, listen, when Christ shall come to reign, the first earth will be dissolved, and this land of promise will then be revealed. You guys tell me of another time when some certain promised land is going to be revealed. Who's it going to be revealed to? People, right? People alive, maybe people that are being taken from among the heathen and placed in their own land. That's what God said he was going to do. I will take you from among the heathen. I'll put a new, what does he say? I will put a new spirit in you. Anybody want to raise their hand? I saw a cool comment in the chat. It was Cameo, welcome. Revelation 12:9, King James Version, and the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent called the devil and Satan, which deceiveth the world. He was cast out into the earth, and his angels were cast out with him. Now, Bill Wheel, remember I was saying about being willingly ignorant. I just want to tell you not to be willingly ignorant of that exact same thing happening on your screen.
In case if you're just joining us, you can see on your screen there, Dragon has just re-entered the Earth's atmosphere after departing from the International Space Station. We have a gorgeous shot of 4 healthy parachutes deployed and slowing the vehicle down as it is approaching the surface of the Atlantic Ocean off the coast of Florida.
I'll just mute her for a second, and I will read that verse again. And the great dragon was cast out. Where was he cast out from? Well, he was cast out from... Oh, by the way, I looked up the Strong's Greek dragon. Dracon, I think. A mythical monster, a dragon or a huge serpent. Met. I don't know what that means. Satan. That's Strong's. Whoops. And then I was going to go to Strong's Exhaustive Concordance. Dragon. I guess it says a fabulous kind of serpent. Dragon. Okay, so I'm not seeing reptile. I'm seeing serpent, but I guess that would be a reptile. But when John says he saw a dragon, he said he saw it up in heaven, up where the stars were. So if you think you're going to see a reptile up there, I kind of think you probably won't. But you will see this dragon up there, though, the one that's on your screen. You will see that one up there. In fact, there's 2 of them up there right now. Bill Wheel says the rocket went up, came down. Revelation hasn't happened yet. I feel sorry for you, Bill. I do. I think that I could read some verses that Jesus, when he was saying that it's given to, well, he was talking to his disciples. It's given to them to know the mysteries of the kingdom of God. I think you know a lot of those mysteries, Bill, and I think you could know more, but you're making your own version, I think. The rocket's tail failed. I don't know what you're saying. Stars haven't fallen. They're still up there. Well, of course they're up there, but John was just saying that he saw a dragon, and he was saying that the dragon's tail cast 1/3 of the stars to the ground. Well, have you ever seen a Falcon 9 rocket land? Especially at night. It just looks like the stars are falling. I can show you if you want. I think I can show you. Let's see here. Well, here, let's listen to Daniel a little bit. Speaking of a dragon. Well, Daniel doesn't call it a dragon. He speaks of it as being a horn, which just happens to actually be conical in shape, just like a horn. Actually, that is a horn. So, it's the shape of a horn, the capsule. So, let's check this out once.
I considered the horns, and behold, there came up among them another little horn. In this horn were eyes like the eyes of man, and a mouth speaking great things.
Up there. And we're now about to fly sort of version 2 and version 3.
And with each one, we're able to make the reusability of the heat shield better. So
it
That's a 2-stage rocket, first and a second stage.
It ablates less as it enters, and so we're able to get more flights. So that's Dragon version 2.
I beheld then, because of the voice of the great word which the horn spake, and of the 10 horns that were in his head, and of the other which came up, and before whom 3 fell, even of that horn that had eyes, and a mouth that spake very great things. In this horn were eyes like the eyes of man, and a mouth speaking great things.
Okay, Bill, you can make stuff up if you want. Horns are leaders of the world? Where do you get that? Daniel was describing visually what he saw. He saw horns, and they were kings. And you know what? They all shall arise out of the earth. These great beasts which are 4 kings which shall arise out of the earth. And the first one had wings, Bill. And I'm just talking to Bill because we always go back and forth about this. Bill does not think that the dragon is anything to pay attention to. He actually probably thinks it's fake. That's what I'm guessing. But it's actually just a vehicle to escape the earth. To do what Nimrod sure would have loved to have a dragon capsule. But it wasn't that time yet. Scripture tells you who the horns are. Show me the verse that you're talking about, and I'll talk about it, because I really have a clear story in my head about all that. There was 10 horns, or the beast had 10 horns and all that. And remember that both John and Daniel, they were visual. That's what they were seeing with their eyes. So they saw a horn. And the horns were kings. Rob Skiba has a video about it. R.I.P. Rob. Yeah, R.I.P. Rob. Man, we miss Rob, huh? Well, I'm sure we'll see Rob soon. I'm sure we'll be with Rob soon. How's that? So, yeah, when they have wings and then their wings were plucked and it was lifted up from the earth. This is the beast that Daniel saw in Daniel 7 verse 7. The first was like a lion and it had eagle's wings. I beheld till the wings thereof were plucked, and it was lifted up from the earth and made stand upon the feet as a man, and a man's heart was given to it. This is actually all off the top of my head. I can quote all those beasts because I just had learned about them in a very, I don't know how to put it, supernatural way. I learned something that I didn't have any clue about. And I would have to say it's because I listened to what the testimony of those prophets is. They saw, Daniel, that horn that he saw, Bill? Where did it go? The first time he saw it, he described it as a he-goat with a notable horn between his eyes. And he saw it moving where? Across the face of the whole earth or whatever, without touching the ground. So it was flying when he saw it. And then what did it do? It went towards this ram, and not the animal ram, but more like part of a structure, like a pilaster or like a pillar or a post. That's the same word as the animal ram, and that more means for strength. But a pilaster is like a column that's built into the facade of a building. And it says mighty men, oak tree. There's a lot of, that word is Strong's 352, and it's A-Y-I-L, Ail. And I think it's in First Kings or Second Kings, describing like a gate post or something like that. It was used to describe part of the entryway in Solomon's temple. So the word ale, the one that Daniel used that we all think of as ram, that word is ram. It's likely because when he was looking at it, he said he saw, this was in Daniel 8 verse 3, he said he saw a ram standing by the river. It had 2 horns, and the 2 horns were high. And he was lifting his eyes to see it. He was looking up above his head. And he saw this he-goat went after this ram, and they were, and he went with collar against him and smote the ram and brake his 2 horns. And he cast them down to the ground and stamped upon them. Who's the last horn? Well, I'm going through it right now. Daniel 8 verse 10. It's well, I think that would actually be, well, let me go through. So he breaks his 2 horns, and then the he-goat waxed very great. And it says, and he waxed great even to the host of heaven. So it went from flying over the earth, and then it grabbed this ram, or it went after this ram, and it pulled it all the way up to the host of heaven in the sky. And then it cast the ram down. If you can't understand that Daniel is actually describing the rocket launch, stage separation is clear. He says actually, let me go there. I want to try to explain this. It's Daniel 8. I'm going to bring you guys over to the desktop. I just want to show you guys why I say this and exactly what I mean. Okay, let's look at this. Daniel, let's just go to Daniel 8. Oops. Sorry about that. I have a piece of candy in my mouth so I don't lose my voice so much. Okay. Daniel's vision of the ram and the goat. In the 3rd year of the reign of King Belshazzar, a vision appeared unto me, even unto me Daniel, after that which appeared unto me at the first. The last chapter he had a vision too, of Jesus coming, which is awesome. Or Yahusha coming, whatever you want to say. Okay, and I saw in a vision, and it came to pass when I saw that I was at Shushan in the palace, which is in the province of Elam, and I saw in a vision. Okay, that's like the 3rd or 4th time that he said a vision appeared unto me. And then he said, I saw in a vision, and it came to pass when I saw, and I saw in a vision, and I was by the river of Ulai. Okay, so he's definitely seeing this. Don't forget that. Then he says, then I lifted up mine eyes and saw. I mean, he really wants you to know that he's seeing this, I think. Then I lifted up mine eyes and saw, and behold, there stood before the river a ram, which had 2 horns, and the 2 horns were high. But one was higher than the other, and the higher came up last. Okay, so let's just look at this word really quick. I think I'll just go Hebrew, and then we'll just skip to this way, I think. Okay, so he says, I lifted up my eyes, and there was a ram standing by the river, okay? So this is that word I was talking about. Strong's 352. Ale. Look at this word. This word is not just an animal. Look at this right here. A noun, masculine, projecting pillar or pilaster. Leader, chief, terebinth. Okay. Mighty man. What's a mighty man? I don't really know what that is. Lintel, oak, post, ram, tree. It says, hence anything strong, strength, specifically a chief, politically, also a ram from his strength, like the animal. A pilaster as a strong support, an oak or other strong tree, mighty man, lintel, oak, post, ram, tree. Now, this word was used in construction, right here. Construct. In Ezekiel 40. Also in 1 Kings 6:31 in Solomon's temple. A pillar or a pilaster or projection in wall at each side of entrance. Okay, you know what that looks like, right? Looks just like a rocket, actually. A column, a pillar. So since he's saying, now I'm not saying that this is what it is. This is just, I'm just trying to share what I'm learning. I'm not sure what that means, Bill Gobhorum, mighty man. I'll have to look that up. But anyway, so he was looking at this thing, and let's see what happens. Let me go back to, whoops. I guess we'll do it this way, the slow way. Okay, so let's go to where we were. Then I lifted up mine eyes and saw, and behold, there stood before the river a ram, which had 2 horns, and the 2 horns were high, but one was higher than the other, and the higher came up last. Okay. I saw the ram pushing westward and northward and southward. So it was moving around or whatever. So that no beasts might stand before him, neither was there any that could deliver out of his hand. But he did according to his will and became great. So then as I was considering, behold, an he-goat came from the west on the face of the whole earth and touched not the ground. So would you guys agree that he's flying over the face of the earth? It says, he came from the west on the face of the whole earth and touched not the ground. So he was flying. Excuse me. And the goat had a notable horn between his eyes. And he came to the ram that had 2 horns, which I had seen standing before the river, and ran unto him in the fury of his power. And I saw him come close unto the ram, and he was moved with choler against him. Let me just show you guys something. If you had a picture of this in your mind while I'm reading this, it might be different. Okay. I don't know which image you want to see. Do you get the shape of it? See what it is? There's 3 boosters. Don't they almost look like roots being plucked up or something? Anyway, this is what we're talking about, I think. I think Daniel saw this. Literally. That's what I believe. And it's not just because I have a hunch. He describes how this rocket flies. Daniel does. Right in this chapter 8. I'll show you that. Okay. So he came close unto the ram, and he was moved with choler against him, and smote the ram, and brake his 2 horns. Actually, maybe I should play a video that I made. Let me just grab it. It has this stuff in it, but it's really fast in the video. Like the verses are just really fast in the video because there's a lot to see. Let me grab it here. Here we go. So after I play this video, I just want you to I'm just trying to put some visual, something that this matches with. Daniel describes the thing going through its stage separations. It's crazy. So let's just watch this. And this is not my best video. This is actually probably like almost 5 or 6 years ago I made this video.
Then I lifted up mine eyes, and saw, and behold, there stood before the river a ram which had 2 horns, and the 2 horns were high, but one was higher than the other, and the higher came up last. I saw the ram pushing westward, and northward, and southward, so that no beasts might stand before him. Neither was there any that could deliver out of his hand. But he did according to his will, and became great. And as I was considering, behold, an he-goat came from the west on the face of the whole earth, and touched not the ground. And the goat had a notable horn between his eyes. And he came to the ram that had 2 horns, which I had seen standing before the river, and ran unto him in the fury of his power. And I saw him come close unto the ram, and he was moved with choler against him, and smote the ram, and brake his 2 horns. And there was no power in the ram to stand before him. But he cast him down to the ground, and stamped upon him, and there was none that could deliver the ram out of his hand. Therefore the he-goat waxed very great. And when he was strong, the great horn was broken, and for it came up 4 notable ones toward the 4 winds of heaven. And out of one of them came forth a little horn, which waxed exceeding great toward the south, and toward the east, and toward the pleasant land. And it waxed great, even to the host of heaven. And it cast down some of the hosts and of the stars to the ground, and stamped upon them. Yea, he magnified himself even to the prince of the host, and by him the daily sacrifice was taken away.
So, that's who that is. By him the daily sacrifice was taken away. Anyway, so did you notice that he totally goes through the stage separations? Therefore the he-goat waxed very great, and when he was strong, the great horn was broken, and for it came up 4 notable ones toward the 4 winds of heaven. Notice it's toward the 4 winds of heaven. It's flying in the sky. And if you're going to be a person that says, nah, that's not what this is, I would just have to say, that's your choice. That doesn't matter to me. But I don't want you to be overlooking something very important. To me, it's very important. And like I said, that video right there I made probably 5 years ago. It's 2021. No, maybe 4 years ago. Yeah, it is late, isn't it? Holy cow, I gotta work in the morning too. I'm liking your comments. I like that one, Bill. Like Nephilim, I never thought of it like that. Translated giants, but not all Nephilims were giants. Some were tiny. The dwarves, for example. Nephilim is anything changed genetically from Yahweh's original creation. That's interesting because that would make sense to me, because there's like, all these legends of like gnomes and whatever, all those things, I guess. Let's see here. Okay, so anyway, that horn made it up to the stars and cast them to the ground and stamped upon them. That's why I think that these landing rockets are maybe what John was considering to be stars falling from the sky. I can't explain it. I just know that he cast them down to the ground and stamped upon them. It's interesting. What beast was that? That was the 4th beast. That's the 4th beast. Let me show you something. The 4th beast, what does it say here? Daniel 7, verse 7, I think. Yeah, after this I saw in the night visions, and behold, a 4th beast, dreadful and terrible, and strong exceedingly. Okay, now listen. To the Falcon 9 has those grid fins, those big teeth things at the top of it that help it steer to its landing or whatever. It says, It had great iron teeth. It devoured and brake in pieces and stamped the residue with the feet of it. You can wait for your reptile if you want, but I already see all this stuff happening. So that's, I guess, what I would be saying. All of this is specifically happening word for word. The words written in your Bible are being manifested. They've manifested already. So when I'm talking about the outer darkness, there is only one place of darkness that you know of, and it happens to be space, or whatever you want to call it. The night sky, darkness, the absence of light. So anyway, there's a lot to think about there. But remember this. Should I play that video? We're going to read Daniel 7, but it's actually a video that I made, but I'm reading it. It's a really cool chapter, and I actually put some possibly meaningful video to the background, or in the background. Once I find it. Could be anywhere. Let's see, where are you, Daniel 7? How mighty the demons were. I don't know where that is. I'm going to find it, though, don't worry. I'm horrible, guys. Maybe I should just... let's see here. Oh, I don't want to play that. Do I? Man, we could... I don't want to play that. I do, though. Okay, I'm taking my chances, and you guys... I'm going to end the stream after this, just because I was going to play Daniel 7, but we've went through a lot of stuff tonight. So we're going to end on kind of a funny note, I hope. I'm not sure what's in this video, but I think I know what it is. I almost feel like I should preview it somehow, but actually, let me do something here. Okay, this might be craziness. Oh, okay. Let me just, I'm previewing it right now, just to make sure it's the right one. It sort of is, but it's not. Did you guys hear the music there? It's not the right one. Is it? Yeah, it is! Okay, I can play it. Sweet, I can play it. Okay, this is going to end the stream. You guys are going to laugh, and, it's me on the space station again. Gotta tell you. My last expedition was pimping. It was awesome. Here we go.